Greetings. This is ch4, aka Travis Mages, here with LVX777. Hope you're having a beautiful Sunday. So I certainly am. For those of you who were able to check me out on Masterly Foolish's channel just an hour or two ago, I appreciate you guys coming out to support, and thank you. Today we are going to have a conversation about the last chapter of this book that we've been studying, The Paths of Pravritti and Nivritti. And of course, this was the chapter about Guru's guidance. And essentially, he took everything that he was saying about what the path of Pravritti is, which is the path of going deeper and deeper into the world of mental modifications, everyday life, versus the path of moving away from that, a spiritual walk, a dedicated spiritual walk, where you start to separate yourself from society gradually, of course, and not in a way that you're running away from it, not in a way that you're chasing something, but some people do reach a point where they found something that is truly better on the inside, and they naturally want to move forward and live a different lifestyle. That's not to say that one is better than the other. It really is dependent on where you are. Now, everyone doesn't have to go down the Nivritti path, but the book culminated with why it's important to have a guide to help get you over certain obstacles. And it also went deeper into the different techniques and practices that you can do on a daily basis, different mindsets and concepts to be working on to really start to perfect yourself and perfect how you manage your mind. So yeah, welcome. And let's get to it. Melissa, how are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good to see you, good to finally meet you.
Yes.
So you said that you are currently about halfway through chapter 4?
Yes.
Okay, and you said that you've also been following like the live readings and stuff like that.
I have. I've been listening to you for about a good 3 months now. And it came actually kind of like in harmony to where I am in my life with all the books that I'm reading at the same time. It's like a testimony. But yeah, it's been great. I think what I like most about this book is that everything that I've intuitively felt or intuitively have thought about that I couldn't put words into, this book actually does that. So I feel seen, I feel heard when I'm reading this. I've been into, self-work and self-healing for a while now. So this is very affirmative for me.
Okay,
Yeah.
That's good. I guess before we really dig into that,
like this. But that game is obvious. No,
can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Would you mind the things you're getting into as far as?
Sorry?
Would you mind sharing maybe some of the other books that you're currently looking into?
Yes. So I am reading Tato Shudi as well. I'm reading The Soft Answer, suggested by you as well. And I started off my main book, which I bought a year and a half ago, but only got into it in the last 6 months because it's so heavy. It's called The Opening of the Way by Isha Schwaller Lubix.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much what what brought it full circle for me was that book, The Opening of the Way. And that was a book that was suggested by Bobby Hemmett back when I used to listen to his videos.
That's a big one that he talked about.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I remember picking it up when I first bought it, and I knew, like, I felt that I wasn't ready to receive it. Like, it was just so deep, so deep. So I've just been, doing like the inner work of myself. Like, why do I do the things that I do? And why do I react? And just answering these questions and taking an inventory of my life, essentially, my experiences. That has led me to be able to digest the book properly. And as I pick up other books, then I make the connection, and I'm just like, what? Like, this is amazing. Yeah, life is great.
I love that. I love that. And on one hand, it really reinforces the fact and the idea that you're on the right track, that you're going in the right direction. And also what it reinforces for me as a student is that all these different concepts, as major as they are, have a common point of origin, and I'm not going to say that, oh, everything comes out of the Vedic, but so far, everything that I've seen is pointing to this direction. I don't really care if it came from this country or that country or whatever. What I care about is the purity of the quality of the information. And that's what I really appreciate about books like this one. It's very short, not because it's very shallow, but because he doesn't waste any pages. It's literally, this is what it is. This is what it is. This is what you can do about it. And this is why you should do what you can do about it.
Right.
But yeah,
right. And anything that's not like this or that, you're just, you're playing hopscotch,
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly the inner workings that I've been doing, is just realizing, like, well, why do I do these things, or why do I have like these like tamasic qualities and rajasic, like, why, like, what is the point of that? And then really I've gotten to the space to being more transparent with myself, is just asking why. And I've always been that way since like very young. But then, life happens, and, you believe certain things, or you think that you're supposed to do this because of that, and judgments. And yeah, it's been a great few years of like unveiling all of that. And, of course I went through the whole like emotional, like I was the conspiracy, like Illuminati, like I went through all of that, I went through being mad at Christianity, I went through all of that. And it's just a really, really wholesome feeling, to know that all of that was a part of me, yeah. Instead of just like, like, oh, I'm an atheist, I don't believe in this shit, like, like, nah. Like, I know, like, there's something in me that knows. Can I articulate it? Probably not in the simplest manner, but that's what this is all for. So
yeah, really cool.
Yeah.
We're able to go through that, because as we can see, a lot of people get stuck in those different phases and stages, and we're talking about growth and evolution and expansion, because that's what we're doing. You kind of have to go through those phases, but the key is not to get stuck there.
Right.
And you know that you're accessing good quality information when it gives you an opportunity to turn around, look at yourself instead of looking at the blame in the world. When you're able to get an opportunity to look within and ask yourself, like what you said, why am I thinking this way? Why am I feeling this way? Why am I behaving in a way that could be considered tamasic and self-destructive? Why?
Right.
And even in the book Ladder of Lights, what he mentioned as far as in the chapter of Doth that we read, he talked about asking what and how is good, but asking why is better, because at least that's going to point you in a direction that you can manage.
Right.
Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. So one of the major things that I see recurring often in these type of books in reference to the self is like what he says right here on 49. The self, he says 3 things are involved here when we're talking about the path of Pravritti. 3 things are involved: the self, the senses, which are the medium of involvement, and the world. Now, what I respect about the Vedic science is that they have this very distinct way of clarifying what we're talking about. So it's not so much just like, oh, analyze the mind. They're breaking down what parts and components of the mind we're analyzing and what relationship they have to each other. So he's making a distinction between self, what is self, making a distinction between the senses, right? And the senses are what we use to interact with the external world, and then the external world itself. These are 3 different components that should be analyzed individually in order to have a comprehensive view of what we're working with. Hikate, how are you this morning?
Hi, Travis.
Hey.
Hey. How is your meeting today?
It was good. I mean, and
that's good. I'm good. I actually took off from work this evening. So okay. Yeah, I needed to be in Zoom. I'm like, I have to go back. I've been pretty much reviewing all the videos that you have been, it's been a big help for me because as you know, I very busy schedule. And even with the busy schedule, I always try to get myself updated. Whether I had chance to read, whether I don't have chance to read, I still have chances to hear some of the lectures, like if I'm in class 24/7. If I'm taking a shower, I'm literally listening. If I'm sleeping, I'm literally listening. Meditations, I have done some of the meditations, not 24/7, but it's been there. With the Tower Shooting, with the class that when we have that class with the Tower Shootings, it's been a big connection for me. Taoist, it's a huge connection for me. Even with the BR that I've been doing, because I send you the links that I'll be able to meditate in the BR thing, and it's been expanding like crazy, expanding. Although you have to be careful when you do the lightning, because it's too strong. It's not like us meditating in a piece of paper and looking at the paper and you have to, it's not like that. It's huge, big, just like I mentioned to you, surrounded, right? And I wanted to concentrate only to that little dot because they have a dot inside. And now all I can thinking about it's the black hole, the dot. Go to that dot and see in there what's in there, you know? Anyway, doing these meditations that I have in class with you really changed my scientific mind, right? Because remember when I started, I was skeptical. Now that I'm doing these meditations, now I can see that magic is personal, right? You cannot say nothing is real. Everything is real within you. Everything is personal within you. So the last experience that I had with you, actually, the energy connected with you, it was you. I don't know, don't ask me. I know it was you. I know it was you. It might sound dumb for everybody else up there, but I think I've been connected with Travis from day one. Like from day one, he started all his Zooms and all that. I was the one who, you know, was there to listen to him. And I think it was last week, I didn't even do meditation whatsoever, nothing. Just go to bed. I was exhausted, go to bed. And all of a sudden, Travis, I feel that the third eye was activating and out of like nowhere. And I'm not picture a third eye open and moving, none of that, right? I just want to clarify that's not how it is. I don't know, maybe other people sees it that way, I had no idea. But mine was actually moving, like it was moving. This area right here was moving. and I'm awake. I'm literally half awake, half sleeping. So I'm conscious because I'm listening to Travis' voice in the phone. So I know I'm half awake. So this area was moving, and I'm like, oh, I guess my third eye just wants to awake. I'm like, all right, what do you want to do? And I'm talking to myself. My left side of the brain was expanding. And as soon my left side of the brain was expanded, all that I get to see, it's you with a pointy pen clicking me in my left side of the brain. And I'm like, Travis, what do you want? Exactly. But I always saw you as Hermes, right? You know, Hermes carry that note and carry with the notes. Have you visualized Hermes like that, right? So I always see Travis with the book and the pen. And this time I saw Travis, of course, as the way he is wearing his black outfit, right? Because he wears all his dark colors. And I knew for a fact it was this magician. So I was like, there is this magician coming. And I'm like, what can I do for you, Travis? What's up? And all of a sudden, it was no longer you. It was actually what we call subconscious mind. So I'm like, all right, so what's up? So this chick start talking like cotorra, you know, like tu, 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 tu. So now I'm saying to myself, okay, so now I need to remember what you are saying, and I need to write it down when I wake up. So as soon as I wake up, I start writing all the notes of the subconscious mind. So when that happens, guys, take the notes, because what you do remember is what really means. Like Travis was saying, you're not going to remember all the conversation of your subconscious mind. You're not going to remember every single word. But when you wake up, the major points are in your head. And this is when you're going to have to take your notes and start writing down, and take puzzles together as well. Take the puzzles. And I wanted to show you something which it was quite of interesting. So you will know that you know what's the reality of the situation and what is not a hallucination. Let me show you.
Greetings to everybody in the chat. Greetings. Thank you guys.
So I always question hallucinations and what really happened into your meditations, because a lot of us, we might be meditating and we might create this bright light and thinking, oh, that's Keter coming to me officially. You don't know if it was an actually Keter, right? Because I still have that left side of the brain, but I need some evidence, right? So of course, during that stage of meditation, when I have you in my head, I see a group of stars from the universe, just like the ones you have in your background. I see a whole line of group of stars that they go down, and it goes half of the pyramid, half a way down. So now I put that together. This is the second time I've been having that image. Now it's not a hallucination, it's an image. So I'm looking at the books, which I already have some of the books you gave me for us to go over. And the image, it's right here. The Draconians.
Look,
This one right here.
what we talked about last night with Doth, having to balance between Gibera and Hesed, it's like an upside down T. Like that's how you cross.
Yeah. This image was the night that I have you pointing at my head. And now I know that it's not a hallucination. I know, like a scientist, it's a fact. And it's right there.
Yes, ma'am.
That baby right there. And in order to confirm it, also for the subconscious mind to tell me, bitch, this is real. She gave me a sense of an image of a dragon, which I love dragons, but the dragon has a blue heart, beating blue heart. And I was like, all right. So now I didn't know the name of this thing, these stars, and it says Draconians in there. So to me, it's like a dragon. This is a dragon. I don't know if that's what it means, but it's a dragon, exactly. So I was like, all right. So now I am confirming And now I'm trying to find the meaning of it. And I see if I'm trying to match the meaning of that particular Cauda Draconis, which means the element of fire, which I'm connected with the element of fire, which is Jupiter itself, right? Forces are going out with a great energy. So it has like a full potential energy. So it symbolizes that, kind of like in chemistry, we have that paramount in it, right? Which is heat around it. So it symbolizes heat or energy itself in chemistry. So it's the same concept with these forms of systems. So it's all confirmation. So when you have to, and me learning this whole group thing, it's learn how to distinguish between hallucinations, hallucinations, and what is the actually message. So you will have confirmations around your messages from the universe itself. Is that, to me, it's the universe. I don't know what might be for you, but others might say God, others might say Satan's, others might say whatever else. So there is interesting things in our energies, guys, that we have to pay attention to be honest. Yeah.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I've been taking my notes, and of course, like you, I've been, getting busy in some of my readings. And also, of course, you have to talk about Mr. William G. Gray, Mr. William G. Gray. And you know how I like to dig it in on the magicians. I like to do my research on magicians. And of course, I ended up buying a few more books from him. And there is a book that he has, which I'm going to go and look for his teacher, because there is a book up there. May I allow to show it, Travis? A book that I purchased. It calls Lessons Learned from Occult Letters. So basically what this book is all about is magicians, all the set of magicians. And they collect information. Okay, they collect a lot of the information from all the magicians, guys. So he was a former scientific that he likes to collect data, not just randomly, which of course I love Goetica. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love Goetic. Seriously, me too, right? I love Goetic and other systems, but here they share information from other magicians, including his teacher. So I'm after his teacher now, but I'm gonna go and search more from him, William G. Gray. But right now, my number one is what's this magician name? Professor Barden. It's like Professor Barden, and he's Professor Barden. I can't help it. I call him Professor Barden. Man.
See the thing, like the school of Franz Barden, the school of that Gray follows, Letter of Lights, and also the school that the Unfortunate follows, and even the school that Butler follows. They're all slightly different schools. Oh, microphone's over here, but they have similar points of origin, right? They all respects to where they got their information from directly, which was definitely the East, which is why I'm studying this in conjunction with Kabbalah. So it's not like we're studying just one source. It's like I mentioned, all these authors from Barden to Gray to the Unfortunate, they're all coming from different schools, but they're saying the same things. And I'm doing that intentionally because you don't want to just get information from one source. Like you want to go so that you can see the similarity, right? I like what you were saying as far as getting your own experience in the dreams and the visions and the astral projections. That's really important. And you said something key. Everybody's experience is individual. But here's the thing. We learn how to meditate properly. We learn how to still the mind. I talked in the live stream just before this about how the mind is like that pond. And when we have a bunch of vrittis fluctuating, like this book that we're studying, We got a lot of ritties and disturbances in that pond. It's very difficult to see. But pond, that lake of still water, it represents the etheric plane. It represents your gateway to the subconscious mind. And just like when you look into that pond, you can see the reflection of the sun and the reflection of the clouds and the reflection of the beauty of nature. That's the same thing that you're doing when you still your mind in meditation and you connect these different symbols and these different images, right? You may not see the same thing that Veronica saw. You may not see me, but understand that what you do see is a symbol that's attached to a deep concept. The subconscious mind understands. That's why it's showing you the symbols. For example, you don't know any other occult person, all you know is me. That's what you're gonna see. Not because I'm special, but because your subconscious mind is trying to talk to you in a language that you understand. So if you're seeing things like dragons, if you're seeing things like unicorns, then understand that your subconscious mind is trying to talk to you symbolically. That's why it's so important to understand what these symbols represent to you. Not what 1111 means to me, what it means to you. And that's how you break down communicating with the higher self.
And it's funny that if you feel like you wanted to do some research, you're always going to find books where you can find them. I mean, I didn't see this symbol before. This is new. This is new. I didn't see this until I find out that this is a symbol in spiritual world.
Yes.
So
last time that picture, because we were talking about Doth and how difficult it is to cross the abyss. It's not easy because it's not easy, right? But the way to balance the many to access the one is taking everything and compressing it into a single point, singularity. That's the one. The many is the opposite direction, taking everything horizontal point. So the way to ascend is to balance the material plane and focus on the harmony of all things to move upward. That may sound vague and that may sound kind of loaded, but that's the direction that we're going for. We're learning how to harmonize our place in the world.
And be honest with you, taking the class that I have with Travis, which I'm going to repeat it again, you can experience so many stuff, not even stuff, amazing things, spiritual things. Stuff is nothing. Stuff is material. It's immaterial. Amazing immaterial situations that happen to you when at least for me, because when I experienced and I did my homework, right? And you have to do the homework. You change your perspective. You do. You listen. I have paid other people, yogi teachers, spirituals up there, and nothing. Reiki energy, Reiki activations, nothing compares. It's just nothing. And then in the point when we are here in the meditations, and I'm not going to say that I being like Swazinanga, whatever his name is, this gentleman, I don't even know how to pronounce it. I'm not even near to that experience, but just the basic experience that I have right now, it's just getting into the doors or the gates for you to keep walking into the path. But you cannot just walk to the path. You have to have knowledge in between that path. Last time I was telling Travis, I saw this big monster, like a big dragon, a big gigantic dragon monster. And what is my subconscious mind saying? Oh, that's your black shadows, right? Instead of me running away from the big monster that sometimes we have in our dreams, right? And they come in and attack you and all that. You cannot run away. You have to put in your mind, this is not real. This is not real. This is something of your subconscious mind or something unbalanced out of you. So when you are in the stage of confrontation with that creature or that image, you will know how to control it.
Yes. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah.
Greetings to everybody in the chat. Greetings, Aset Aja. Greetings, Cosmic Chlorophyll. Greetings, Marco Power. Greetings, We Grow Natural. Greetings, Sunshine Chick. Greetings, MC Maestro. Greetings, greetings, greetings. Greetings, Stray Panther. Aldicki, peace, peace. Michaelia, Andrea, peace. Send me an email. Election, good to see y'all. Good to see everybody. Virus Beats, thank y'all for being here. Go ahead and hit that like button if you haven't already. As I say every time, and I'll continue to say it because every video is a new video, YouTube runs off of the algorithm, and the algorithm deals with watch time and also likes. So if you hit the like button, that just helps the algorithm know that my content is worth watching. So smash that button. We got 33 likes and 48 people. Let's raise that number up. Alora, peace to you as well.
Hey, thanks. I was in the process of writing Veronica a message. Hold on, let me get direct because I feel like face is good. But hey, but you were talking about the monster, and I'm so glad that we're relating Kabbalah to these yogic studies because I'm really seeing the correlation between the two and how the Kabbalah is the map. And like Veronica, you were just talking about how you see the monster and how instead of running away in fear, right? Like, yeah, you see it as a part of yourself. That is a next level type of step. Like they say in path working in the Kabbalah, according to the research I was doing last night on it, where I was like, ugh, they talk about how part of merging the rational logical mind and the astral mind, the imagination mind, is to be able to recognize the symbols. So for them to actually be conversating, and fear is our biggest limitation that keeps us in Malkuth. So when you're able to move beyond that and go into the unknown and have the rational mind follow you there, you're actually merging your subconscious, your astral mind, and your rational logical mind. So you'll be able to utilize the rational logic throughout your astral travels, which gives you more purpose and control and conscious control of both realms, which is like the next path. So like, that's awesome that that is happening, because you're literally like in the Merkaba. You are literally like moving down the path, which a lot of us are bouncing in between on and off of. We're not, like I noticed last night, I just spent 30 years trying to get down one path, you know, like get down the first path of Malkuth, which is balancing the emotions and being aware of the subconscious mind, of the astral mind, and the conscious mind. Like just being aware of that, and then starting to be aware of the emotional control and where the energy is coming from and how it's directed. That's just the first path. So like, you know, I think it's I think that's like amazing advancement on your level that you're doing that, because it's like, dude, you're like so like you're speeding through it, you know?
It's because I think to me is the knowledge. Knowledge is very important. If we lack of knowledge, we might have the doors up there in our face wide open. And if we don't have the knowledge, what's the point of it? You know, what's the point of it?
Never going to be able to incorporate itself.
Right, exactly. That's exactly the word, the incorporation of all that. And reading the books also help. And having you guys talking about it too, because to me, if I don't read the books, I have to have something else. And it is just listen to the audios or listen to Travis or listen to you guys. It's the way for me to get the knowledge as well. So if you're not a big fanatic reader, right? I know Travis and some of you read books up there and they have that PDF drive thing reading while you're driving or something. That also keeps your mind with knowledge. It keeps your imagination open as well. So that's, now I see what Travis say, imagination is also very important. It's a creation, right?
Yeah, me too. And I also noticed too last night on So I've been doing a lot of elemental work and really diving deep into like tatwas and elements for like probably the past year. I've been really kind of getting deep into that. And last night there was a really cool realization. So I came across a path working exercise where in order to get further down the path away from Malkuth and towards the next, right? And towards Bina, towards the next Sephiroth, what you do is you analyze your fears because you understand that they are groupings of experiences that you've had, but you don't have to revisit those experiences. When you look at them, you actually utilize the elements to analyze them because they're constantly changing and moving. So when you can recognize it, they start to dissipate. So hold on, I wrote it down here, but like basically like you use earth to determine what the weight of that fear is. How much does it weigh? Is it heavy or light? You utilize water to see if it's moving or if it's still, if it's stuck. You utilize air to see if the thought form, to see if that cluster of events is expanding and taking up volume or if it's retracting and coming back. And then you use fire to determine what do you determine with fire? I have it written down. I had to like write all this down.
The strength or the density of the thought, like how strong, because fire is usually that type of like energy. Like
for this, they had fire is temperature. Sorry, I mixed it up. So earth is the weight of it. Water is the volume and the space it occupies. Air is the movement, if it moves or not. And then fire is the temperature. So you use it, so whether it's hot or cold. And so this is how you analyze every fear and detach that fear from your belief system, from your path. It no longer stays in your path when you analyze each fear and thought as this way, because it'll start to change its form because it's not real. It's not knowledge. It's just a cluster of sensations. So there's, so like, I don't know, I was doing some work on that and I thought, oh shit. So like, this is a way how you can utilize the elements that are within this realm because they're multidimensional, right? The elements are multidimensional.
Right.
Because they're not specifically dense. They're denser, right? But they're also all these different dimensional manifestations that are playing into our being. Right. Right. So I thought that was like super cool. I was just like jamming on that because, you know, I know for like a lot of my whole like experience or breaking down shit. Yeah, you do have to revisit some traumas and rewrite it, but you don't have to like stay in the trauma. You don't have to keep reliving the fear. That's not actually part of the process.
Which is consuming the life out of you, consumes a lot of the energy, like that book that Travis was talking about, Power versus Force, right? I think that's consuming a lot of the energy out of it too. Yeah.
Ego is very heavy. And when you talk about reliving those experiences and holding on to those experiences, that's ego. Because ego's not just, oh, good stuff. Ego also qualifies for that stuff too. The pain, the trauma, the reason that it affects us so much is because we are holding on to it very tightly. The fact that it still has an effect on us like that, that is the process of ego and it being attaching to it. So when we talk about non-attachment, there is a process of releasing ourselves from that trauma. Not, look, and I got to make the distinction, not running away from it, not pretending it didn't happen, not ignoring and avoiding it, but there's a process that has to happen where you begin to neutralize its effect on your well-being. That's not saying, oh, well, what happened to me was right and I just forgive the person and they're going unpunished. It's not about that. It's about you, the effect that it has on you. Is it still eating you up every day? Is it still hurting you and killing you every day? That's what we need to neutralize, right? That's part of releasing the ego. Because until you come to release these things, they're going to continue to weigh you down. And just like what Laura said, they also can cause you to have a lot of difficulty getting past even the first step on the tree. That's just the first step. When we read Initiation into Hermetics, the first step he's talking about is categorizing all of your experiences into the elements and learning how to neutralize them. When you look into all these spiritual books, that's always the first step. That's why this was the first book of the year for this group.
Yeah.
That's why they say, like, I heard this really great, this great lecture. It was just so profound. It was so simple, right? But it's about letting go. And this monk, he's like talking and he was like, is this heavy? They're like, is it heavy? I don't know. And he's like, is this heavy? And they're like, well, yeah, it's heavy. And he goes, no, it's not. And he throws it. And the whole idea is, as long as you're holding on to something, it'll be heavy. It'll be weighing down on you. As soon as you let it go, it's not heavy anymore. It's not a burden because you're no longer holding on to it. So, like, when it comes to trauma and fears, there's no reason to hold on to them. There really isn't.
But now we have to show, well, I don't know, I guess, I think for me, I will picture this that you were saying, how to let these things go. It sounds nice, let it go, but how it's going to work for each one of us to let things go, especially if the people that you are around with, or especially if the trauma has been very severe, you know, how is these people going to let things go? It's going to be the next teaching. So I think for me, this, what you have shown me, earth is the way, the air is air is the move, fire is the temperature, and water is either the move of states. It's going to be like quite interesting because you're saying you calculating those thoughts.
You become the observer of the experience instead of the experiencer.
Right.
And when you become the observer, you're more easily able to take it out of your body than being the experiencer.
That's the key.
And speaking of that,
yeah, because you're no longer relating to it.
Right.
Speaking of that, in the chat, Nuru has posted, yes, Alora, once you unpack into elementals, it's like loosening the chains. It's not a fixed permanent weight or Ritti. It is a clustering of sensations around your triggers which solidify. It's very important to, okay, so it's like chemistry, right? If you put acid on a thing, what does the acid do? It breaks it down into its elements.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what we're doing. This is alchemy. This is still alchemy. You take your experience and you break it down into the elements. It's heaviness, right? It's movement. It's cohesiveness for the water element, right? How active it is, right? How intense it is that it affects you. You break it down into these different elements. It's easier to disperse it back to where it belongs. But as long as you keep it clumped up as a painful experience, that's what it will be. It's calcified. And it will stay there as a heavy rock in your pond, causing ripples, causing these ritties to fluctuate.
That brings another perspective too of changing your environment if it's harmful to you.
Yeah.
Because as you move through becoming more light, if the shit around you remains dense, it's going to be hard for you to maintain your state. So not only do you become the observer, right, of the experience instead of the experiencer experiencing it, but you also have to make the active move to change your environment so then it's in accordance with what's going on internally with you. Because otherwise, you're just going to kind of be fluctuating back and forth and stay on that same path for years instead of actually moving forward.
Which guna correlates with fluctuating back and forth?
Raja, yeah? Because sattva, yeah, okay. Raja's movement. Sattva is the enlightenment, the awakening that happens.
Harmonious.
And tamas is where you stay, where you decide, no, I like it here.
So, and speaking of these rittis, Melissa, you had mentioned that you've gone through most of the book so far. Have you had a chance to implement any of like some of the techniques that he mentioned in chapter 3 or chapter 2?
Yes. The mantras, I actually took your suggestion of like having it recorded while I sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's actually been revealing a lot of things. Like once again, that I said in the beginning, that's like kind of like difficult to articulate. So I've been on like the self-work path for a few years now. And the more that to Hekati's point about like actually like actual knowledge is what's needed to be able to identify these things. So the more that I've been doing these mantras, the more I've been seeing that like as I'm relating to people, there's still certain things that it's like residual of a Raja. You know, even though I mean good, even though the intention is like, hey, like, come on, like we have to progress or something like that, there's still some kind of like residual there. And I'm able to identify that, you know? So like, whereas if like prior to this, I would just be defensive about like, well, my intentions is this, like, don't you see that? Like, you know, it's been interesting, like noticing the rajasic qualities, which is really like my biggest like challenge, you know. I'm a Pisces, I'm a water sign, but I have a Capricorn stellium. So there's like a lot of like ambition, like, come on, like we have to get this done, like, you know. And it's been pretty cool seeing how like sometimes instead of just like exuding those qualities, like I can just look at them and then just put them to the side and like think about like the love, or think about the love really is what helps it disintegrate in my relationships.
And you know something, I like that coming with which is related to what we are talking about here when he say in the last page what he's talking about, they are the two paths of Pravritti and Nivritti. By adopting the principles which we have discussed, it's definitely possible to improve the quality of lifestyle. You don't have to change your lifestyle. So for those that we have 10,000 busy childrens and works and stuff, we don't have, well, I don't say we don't have, but we say we have to improve the quality, right? So it says, which what you were doing right now, because while you're sleeping, you also putting in yourself an improvement of the meditation, because that's what I do too. I don't have all 24/7 to repeat the mantras, but at least while I'm sleeping, I'm like you, I'm listening to the mantras. Travis mantras up there that he posted. He's gonna knock your head off when you go around. So you don't have to change your lifestyle. You have to improve the quality of your lifestyle. Those who are following the path of Pravritti have to create a better system, which that's what we're doing here. At least in my perspective, that's what I'm doing. Because I originally thought, when Travis would start talking about Hinduism, Buddhism, and all these good stuff, I was like, I don't think it's gonna click for me because I'm a Westerner, right? I'm a Westerner, and it just didn't click to me. And I'm like, how am I going to do all this? These people sacrifice all the stuff for them to be what they are. And I'm like, I don't see myself 100%. I see myself maybe 40, 50%, because in where I live, if I don't pay the rent, I get kicked out by the cops. It's not the same in there, right? It's not the same here. In our lands, if you don't pay your rent, what's gonna happen? In less than a month, you're gonna have the cops knocking at the door and say, you don't pay your rent, get out, right? So it's not the same. So then in here, I feel more comfortable. Not that I'm saying I'm going to continue this lifestyle, but I'm definitely going to improve the lifestyle and change it and make it better and understand it in everyday routine, just like the book says. And it's actually page 68. So, and coming from him is a big thing for me, because I think he does understand our westernized system, if I'm not mistaken. He probably does. So I think he was one of the smart ones to say, how can I introduce our system to our Westerners in a way that they will not change the whole lifestyle, the whole structure that they have. And I think that he really clicked, at least for me, it did click the system.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. And that's one of the major principles he talks about here as far as the principle of Tyaga, which is translated as renunciation. And that scares people off because they think, oh, I got to give up everything and go live in the mountains. I got to wear a robe and Jesus sandals. And
I thought the same thing. I'm gonna have that beard thing, even I'm a woman, white hair and orange clothing. And I respect that. I do, I respect that. But then to me, it's like, how am I gonna leave what I am for that? Because it's a different culture.
And this is what you don't have to do that in truth. But what the renunciation is actually talking about is like he gave a perfect example. It's like climbing a ladder, right? When you reach up for that next step, before you take your foot off that lower step, you've already got the next step there. So it's not like you're just giving up everything and living in the mountains or the woods. You literally come to a place where you experience something better and you naturally start leaving behind those things that didn't serve you anymore.
Right.
Like I say, back in the day, I didn't know what to do for fun or how to communicate or connect with people. So I do what everybody else did. I go to the club and I get drunk and I try to dance. I still haven't mastered that at all, and I try to flirt and, all that other stuff. And then I tried to use go-ed experience and, anyways, there's that. But then you find something better. Like you find something that's actually more fulfilling. Going to the club, that wasn't fulfilling. That sucked. Like, I mean, maybe your experience is different, but me going there, like, it just felt like I was out of place. Like, there's got to be more to life than this. Like, there really does. If you find yourself out there asking yourself, there's got to be more to life than this, what else is there? Then that means that what you have isn't fulfilling. Now, imagine when you do find something that is fulfilling. Right now, I can say, I love my life. I love having the opportunity to be somebody who can study this and to talk about it. And you know what? This also helps other people. That's great. I wouldn't give that up for anything. If I had to, I would, right? But this is better than let me buy some clothes that are more expensive than I can afford just to go out and try to impress somebody who really isn't impressed by me, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, that wasn't fulfilling. This, to me, is fulfilling. I gave it up because it was worthless to me. That's more like the renunciation he's talking about. You naturally give up the stuff that doesn't serve you anymore.
Yeah, exactly. He finds the way to how to teach us how to resign certain things that are not fitting in your life. Yes, it's true. And some people go to the extreme, I mean, I know in my job, Laura, you're a massage therapist. I know one lady, she asked me, the spa owner asked me, how you control 3 jobs, which means massages, aesthetics, acupuncture, and everything else. And I say, what do you mean? She said, how do you have energy? I say, I practice yoga. She said, but I practice yoga. I'm like, no, you practice the poses of yoga. And then you have like 5 minutes sitting in Sukhasana in there, and then your thoughts are running around. That's not exactly what I practice. I'm like, but I don't want to go directly and start teaching all these books and the tree of life and then all these magicians, right? Regardless, I did tell her I do, when I do my meditations, I do meditations. I will not tell you I do meditations for 15 minutes. I'm like, I will do meditations for 2 to 3 to 4 hours from 2 a.m. in the morning, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 5 a.m. in the morning, or sometimes, it has to be dark. It cannot be light. I'm like, it has to be in the dark because I can see the wave of the energies. If it's light to me, the light of the sun just blocks everything out. Like if I have the nighttime, I can see my waves running around when we're doing the meditations. So I'm like, so I like to do that type of meditation.
It's also something I've been learning recently. I've also been, I love this stuff. So I'm really trying to master Kabbalah because it ties into quantum physics. And I've been looking into it. So I'm not as confident to talk about it just yet, but when I am, it's a wrap. But anyways, you start going deep within yourself and you start seeing the waves and you start hearing the lights that he's talking about.
Yeah.
Darshan, you're literally minimizing your focus to the what they call the Planck length, which is the smallest that you can get. And you're literally hearing and seeing that stuff within your own body. You're seeing that stuff within the quantum realm of your own body. Like, there's actually a science to this. Not only have the Vedics figured it out, but a lot of the modern scientists have figured it out now, but they use different language to describe it so that you won't. But what you're doing here and having the results and like actually seeing the visions, seeing the vibrations and hearing them, you're actually minimizing your attention to a single point going within yourself. And you're hearing that within your own experience. When you hear that water rushing, you're listening to your own blood and your plasma flowing. When you hear those explosions, those bangs, you're hearing your synapses firing. Like, it's so crazy. Shout out to Nuru for put me on some of those videos.
Oh, so it's the synapses. So when you hear the explosion, it's the synapses. So that can explain why when you were around me, the left side of the brain, I hear that an expansion of it. Damn, now I see it. So synapses went up. Okay.
But like I said, I'm not like super confident yet to really talk on it. I'm still learning myself. But
Right.
It's yoga and it's Kabbalah. And let's see here. But you triggered that because you talked about how you like to meditate in the dark.
Yeah, I can't meditate in the daytime. I try. It's just, I'm a vampire, I suppose, when I do in the meditation. It's more easy for me to see the visions of the lights at night. I try the daytime. I mean, you get to see colors. You get to see like the chakras. When people tell you the blue, the green, the red, the yellow, the rainbows and all that. But in the nighttime meditation, you get to see the movement of the energies, of the waves. You get to see it. And the way, and I told this to Alora when we were trying to connect to the astral room. To me, to see those wavelengths were more strong when I get to hear the piano and violin, the music violin. You know, the opera, I know it sounds like an old fashioned, which I'm not. I like to hear hip hop. I like to hear rock.
Disclaimer.
I just, I like to hear all this crazy stuff, man. I mean, I like to hear Marilyn Manson, for God's sake, the Antichrist, right? My students don't even believe that I like Marilyn Manson, that evil guy, right? But the violin, it has that frequency that activates your senses. It's just something out of it. You have to like the song to begin with in order for you to feel comfortable with it. And that meditation, that state of meditation, enhances your vibration. It really does. So it is quite interesting. And this is what I told her to the spa owner. This is the type of meditations I do. Although I do 2 class yogis with the yogi pants and, in my mat, walking like a chica in there, right? It did help on white, but it did not do the purpose, not serve the purpose that I was looking for. So now when I come to work, I'm like, I have my energy. I do massages like Laura. And then some people, oh, by the way, Laura, if you practice in this sense, people sense the energies. I have a couple of people and they say, you have some kind of energy. I'm like, well, it's not precisely my energy, it's your energy. Because because some people get skeptical, like, oh, you transfer some energy on me, some woohoo, woohoo. It's like, no, it's pretty much probably removing your energy itself, that you needed it to release some form of stagnation around you. You know what I mean? And sometimes you can read people too. You can read something out of them as well when you doing the massages, or when you touching the skull, or you touching the shoulders or the legs or the feet, right, the arms, and you see something out of them, not precisely that you see it like you see it a pen, but you can sense and see something, some signals from that person going towards you and give you some information. I think maybe the energies are saying something for you to interpret. And that's my next mission, how to interpret something out of a person. Like, let's say I don't want to say, oh, you have somebody who passed away. Meanwhile, that person have nobody who passed away, but he has somebody who's probably ill, which is a different concept.
And I think that takes another level because we also are living ancestors. So we are constantly receiving information from lives previous to this one too, at least in my system of beliefs. So, you know, like it may not just be from this life, but it may be something that comes up for you in a past life too. So, and that is another path too, to actually recognize when it's another level of advancement that we dabble in and out, I think, of all of these paths, right? And one of them that I think a lot of people experience but may not be aware of or may just have flashes of is memories of experiences that happened before. And so I think that that can be picked up because it plays along in our lives today, like over and over and over again. And so I think it's another level to be able to read what's going on with someone and be like, yeah, that's something actually that you've been holding on to for a while, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
like
Exactly.
being able to like tell them like, you know, you
Right.
woo, and
Yeah.
you were sea captain, bro.
Exactly.
You gotta, you know, let
Yeah.
that go.
And how to say
Whatever.
it too, Alora, because I had I have a client, right? I have one lady, was a lady, here, you guys remember that building that fall off in Miami? Some building fall down and people die and all this catastrophic stuff. I don't like to talk about catastrophic stuff, but this woman came into the office and she was grieving, but I didn't know. So I'm massaging this person and I see that, and I see it. I don't sense it, but I see the sorrow she was carrying in her. And then I finished the massage. Don't want her to say anything because I cannot say anything to nobody at that point.
Right.
And then I was like, whatever is that holding you, it's gonna get better. And she's like, she grabs my hand and she's like, what do you mean? I'm like, I don't know. I'm just telling you, whatever is holding you, that heaviness is going to get better. And that's all I can say. That's it. I didn't say anything. I didn't say, you know, the spirits are coming and get you and all that.
Right.
He came back second time, less than a week. That woman came back for 80 minutes massage instead of 50, came back for 80. But she wanted more information from me, but I couldn't say no more information. So then I keep massaging her like normal routine, just massage, not saying anything, but I keep sensing and I keep seeing that tension and that wave of the energy. And then I was like, all right, I'm like, so where is it hurt you the most? And then she's like, my shoulders. I'm like, all right. So I start working on the shoulders. I'm working in the back, and trapezius and all those areas, scapula and all the neck and all that. And then I was like, I don't know what is it that you have that it's too heavy. I'm like, whatever it is, it's gonna get better. And she's like, I don't think it's gonna get better. She's like, I'm like, may I ask why? She's like, because she's like, you remember that building in Miami? I'm like, oh yes, my mother told me about that building in Miami. Well, she's like, my mother was there, my sister was there, and my sister's husband was there in that building. So she lost 3 people. And during that time of Christmas was the heavier for her, the heaviest for her, because I was not around. So me saying it's going to get better, it doesn't mean it's going to get better for her now. It was the season of Christmas was very heavier for her. And this is how I interpreted it. So I'm like, I have to be careful. And we have to be careful, especially if we are into energies, the people who are in YouTube or up there, if you're watching this, you cannot just tell people stuff without then sharing with you. Don't make assumptions of stuff that are not correct. So me finding out that it was Christmas time on her, it was the heaviest of the energy I was reading, not precisely that is going to get better along the road, because 3 people in one shot, it's like, you know, it's heavy, heavy,
Yeah.
right? So it might get better for her. It's up to her to feel it. And then she decided to come back for a 3rd time. And then she asked me, where is it hurt the most? And I think I'm like, well, you have to tell me where is it hurt the most, because now I cannot be her spiritist, because I knew
Yeah, good answer.
she wanted me to become the spiritist, because somehow she probably found out I'm a witch. I don't know. She probably found out, but I cannot tell her that, because at first it's my job. So I cannot implement that in my job. You know what I mean? It's not professional, number 1. It's not ethical, number 2. And it's not my place to do it unless she asks me to do it private. Then I can probably work it out.
And that tells you too, kind of where she is and how she sees things. Like, she might be the type of person, and I'm just putting it out there, sort of as an assumption, right? So, this might be a little bit of my ego talking. And so I'm going to put me in check. But it appears, according to the way how this story is being said, is that she tends to look for an authority figure for her decisions.
Yes.
And so when you revealed something, when you assisted her in recognizing something within herself, you became the symbol of knowledge about her. And she didn't realize that you were simply assisting her to recognize her own stuff. And I think a lot of people are conditioned to do that. A lot of people are like, oh, you're the teacher, you're supposed to know. You're the psychic, you're supposed to know. It's like, no, that's not really how it works.
I know. Yes, exactly. And I think I had the feeling that she probably wanted me to say, your family is next to you.
Right. Or she, like I have this one girl who I go to, I got this one girl who I go to school with, and it kind of, I'm, for me, I'm working on clearing space in my mind field. So there isn't really a point to hold resentments, or, even though I may think that someone is, that I wouldn't do what they do, it's not necessarily my place to hold on to that. But this woman who's a student, she has a very successful business being a spiritual advisor. And she will do that. She'll be like, she tried doing that to me, where she was like, I sense these angels around you and they're talking about you and you have to clear this energy up. Let me help you. And I was like, no, thank you. I was like, no, I'm good, man. Thanks. You can keep that to your own ego. You can keep that to you, because I know what's going on with me. So, and I think, but a lot of people want those answers because they almost, I think that there's a point where there is a desire to remain ignorant to the process. Like, I just want someone else to do this for me. And it's like, there is such a relieving thing. It's such a relieving thing to come into knowledge about how you can do it yourself, and it doesn't cause you extra stress. But that's part of the illusion, right? Is that
exactly?
Yeah.
I think that's the magician's worst enemy: hallucinations and illusions. That's our worst enemy,
right?
guys.
There's an abyss in every sphere. It's not just up there separating by it. There's an abyss in every sphere. And as you get better at managing your relationship with your external reality, you get better at crossing those abysses. So I know a lot of people, we read the chapter about Ibra, Chesed, Doth, and Bina, and some fear started to become apparent. Like I said, I had people messaging me about that. And I really never had anybody messaging me about a chapter in a book. So, I mean, that was pretty again, it's awesome to see that you guys are like really taking this information in and thinking about it and meditating. Like, that's profound to me. I mean, who would think that in 2020 with cell phones and Instagram, people are reading books and taking it seriously? But anyway.
Right? And doing yoga, like what?
A lot of people
Not just any yoga. I mean, the actual yoga, man. Seriously, the actual
Real
yoga.
stuff. Yeah.
me about the abyss, like, you know, with these, like, I don't know if I'm going to be ready. How do I know if I'm going to be ready? Well, what happens if I make it to that point? I don't want to fall into the abyss and become a cosmic turd. I don't want to fall.
I must be honest, Travis. That reading, bro, that reading was intense. And to the point that I read that NASA black hole traveling thing. That was intense, bro.
Point. So everyone was worried about this process. But the thing is, it's not like you're going to be just thrown into that point. It's a point that you continually make it to. It's a point that you go through every day in your life. Like the book said, no one falls into the abyss on accident and no one's pushed in. Your soul already knows if that's your destination. And if it's not your destination, your soul already knows that. And if you're not ready for it, you're going to reincarnate. That's not a bad thing. It's just the process. And some people are ready to cross the abyss. But the point I'm making here is you're going to face it at every stage in your development. That's one of the signs that you crossed the level, right? Because in the Golden Dawn system, your rank is determined by the progress you've made according to the sphere that you're currently working in. And if you're not ready, it's not because somebody's like, oh, well, you're not worthy. It's dependent on the work that you're doing on the inside. At every level, a piece of ego has to be dissolved. At every level, a piece of attachment has to be released. That's why we're talking about shadow work. That's why we're talking about inner work and the vrittis and things like that. These things that you cling on to, they make you heavy. Spiritual work is really a process of diminishing tamas, just like what this book is talking about, Pastor Pravritti and Nivritti. We're working on diminishing the tamasic aspects of our reality so that we can become lighter, spiritually lighter, so that we can begin to rise. So don't be afraid of falling into the abyss. If you're not ready, then your soul knows that there's still work to be done and it knows what work to do. You just have to listen and follow directions.
One of the messages that I get constantly is the age of the soul, like you are an old soul. What does that mean? That the energy's been around for unlimited time? Because I got that message a couple of times, like the soul is old. Okay, but I get to hear that all the time from other people. Oh, my psyche was saying my soul is old. And now I get to hear it myself, like subconscious is like, you're old. I'm like, oh shit.
A lot of us are.
It's my wrinkle somewhere in here. Yeah.
I kind of think that's a little bit of a contradiction there because the soul never ages. How can you be an old soul?
Exactly. Well, thank you. You just call me new and young.
What are they referring to though, right? So we're talking about reincarnation, of course. Now the body, that's always going to be the youngest aspect because it's temporary. But what we call the soul is actually what we're developing and working on. We're not born with a soul. We evolve and grow a soul. And if we have a soul, then we can cross that barrier and actually become a drop of water to recombine with the ocean. So that's the work, developing a soul. And if it isn't developed, you repeat the process until you have one. So an old soul is somebody who's repeated the process several times. And
I won't get surprised.
Yeah. But then again, there are people who aren't doing that work and actually losing what they have. And they're more headed to the cosmic porta potty, but necessary. And I say cosmic porta potty as opposed to cosmic toilet, because the toilet you can flush, but a porta potty, that stuff stays in there.
Shit. Oh, shit.
It seems to me though that it's not really that I don't know. So this is where I kind of get a bit clusterfucked when it comes to understanding this, because, you know, when we talk about planes and we talk about abyss and all these things, right? They're not actually places. They're levels of density, right? And it's constantly recycling itself. Like they talk about the top tree, the triad at the top of the tree, right? That will, if you look at the prison experiment, right, it shows that when they had the triage of lights, that it, all of a sudden you get a prism, right? And so, that's what it is, right? Different refractions of the same light, just reflecting on itself over and over again. So, like when I think of the abyss, it makes more sense to me to think of it as almost like the reset button. Whereas there might be stuff that is maybe eternally going to be vibrating on that level because it's a substance of it, but it's not necessarily going to a place or staying in the place, you know, like this is where I kind of get like, you know, like where it's hard to, where I can understand where they say, okay, this is something you just have to experience beyond explaining, because I think there's a million ways of how we're trying to explain it. But in the end, it's an experience all within itself. And whether or not you end up staying there in the abyss isn't necessarily of your concern. Like it should be more of the concern. It should be more of the let me just learn what I can learn so I can become the most aware of the truest self and enjoy that. And then what comes to be will come to be.
Huh. Learn about yourself to be able to go in the top of Keter, the purity of you.
I like how you just reworded that, Veronica, because I started to piece together that what we learn in Paths of Nivritti and Pravritti is what Trav was reading to us in Ladder of Lights when it came to the Doth chapter, where the snake is constantly traveling up and down these paths.
Yeah.
And so it's either traveling or it's going down.
Yeah.
Which is the gunas of Rajas and Tamas. And then once this book teaches us how to cultivate a sattvic lifestyle. So once we get sattva, we have now turned, like, this tree becomes like this, and then like how it was given in the book, where you emerge on a new plane.
Yeah.
Almost like a seed growth.
Yeah.
Yeah, a 90-degree angle. Yeah.
Is it really? Shit, what am I missing? Fuck.
So, and that too stuff, that's great, because depending on the right conditions, I'm not sure if it was in this book or the next book we're going to be reading, but depending on the right conditions, a seed will not grow. If you put certain seeds can grow in sand, but certain, like if you have an oak tree seed, you put it in sand, that's the incorrect soil. If you put it in, like, say, just dirt that you use just to fill up a hole or something, that's still not proper soil. So they represent different tamasic qualities. But if you find the right one to match the right seed, the right soil, like say you plant it in a forest, you're gonna have a way better what's it called? You're gonna have a way better plant or result.
Right.
I wonder, does that have to do with like spiritual systems also, like what you described there? Like spiritual systems are cultivated to facilitate the change of the people that cultivated the system. You know what I'm saying? So if you throw a person that was, say, like born in an Islamic system into a Vedic system or something, that it without the proper base, without the proper like breaking down of things and building certain things back up in the mind with associations, they won't be able to thrive in that system because they're attuned to the prior system. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's where I have trouble And that's why I try to integrate the things that I'm learning now with the system that I came up in, because that is what I was built under. You know what I'm saying? I'm not looking at myself like I'm me. I'm looking at myself like I was built in this place. You know what I'm saying? And that is my base programming. And I wonder if that's the same, that's what makes the seed grow, like you were saying. Like, is that the same thing as the system and what I was just describing? I don't want to go all the way back through it, but yeah.
Yeah, that was perfect, because that goes with the Bible verse that you can't build a house on a weak foundation.
Boom.
And
Yeah.
what we're doing is with the West.
Wait, take a picture of Travis with the Holy Bible, man. Yeah. After the horns, now I see the Holy Bible. Man, I wish I had the phone to take a picture of that one.
But with Kabbalah, we're studying the basically reframing the Western or Abrahamic religions, reframing Western science in a bigger frame. And
Correct.
once we understand this, we can now put it in a bigger frame again of Samkhya, and that allows us to assimilate the information easier. But like you said, if you're just coming from one strict system to another without the proper associations, without the proper framework or filing cabinets, as Trav calls it, then the information is going to kind of be scattered.
And that's when we get lost, when it gets scattered all over the places. And I feel sometimes it has happened, yes. That's not good. You have to put things in order. What's the name of the angel that helps to put things in order?
That going to be isn't that the angel associated with Tiferet? Michael?
Michael, yeah. Michael. That would make sense, because that's the central point of knowledge. Yeah.
Mikey.
Oh man, speaking of that, I've been doing those.
I gotta remember those names, man.
Course exercises, specifically etheric catalysis. And I kind of went really deep one day. And I started having like different visions for each center. Like for the power center, I started seeing, I don't know if you know the movie, the Shang-Chi, the Marvel movie.
Yes, I love that movie.
Yeah, being with the power center has to do with a lot of Qigong works that power center. So in that, I started seeing the 10 rings.
Get out of here. You saw the Qi? Like you actually, well, that's what Tai Chi and Qigong do.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you guys see people doing this and the Tai Chi Qigong. It's not hocus pocus thing. It is actually you molding the Qi in a round shape. You molding it. That's what Tai Chi and Qigong do.
Yeah. And at the heart center, I started seeing, I don't know if you ever seen those patterns where like people just draw a bunch of squiggly lines, but like with each circle or closed shape in there, they'll like draw another pattern. I started seeing that at the emotional center. And then at the mind center, I kind of made my own visualization, combining information with the book Guru Chakra, where I imagine like this flaming purple octopus, but it has one central white eye. And once I got into like the point to focus on with a specific center you're going to use, I said, okay, I'm gonna go energy center. And then at the time I said, I'm gonna meditate on Hesed. So going into Hesed, I started to notice that the energy was a little bit too abstract. So what did I do? Being that I'm in the energy center, I could at least recognize it. So I started to build a body of light of Hesed energy while I was in there. Then I transferred. I don't know what made me transfer, but I transferred down to Tiferet. I say, let me go to the Hesed of Tiferet. So I go in Tiferet, build a Tiferet body, and then build a Hesed of Tiferet body. And I'm kind of meditating in there for the rest of the duration. And then when I get out of that meditation, I just start getting like just straight downloads of different business ideas that are exclusive to me, like stuff I could do right now. But it's like only me.
Absolutely, bro. That's another thing. You're absolutely right. Fuck. Somebody's on the same page, man.
Just as a side segue, thank you so much for sharing that, MC Maestro. Again, for everybody who is interested in learning some of these techniques, contact me at my email address or my Instagram. I'm going to be starting my class again in February, and we are going to talk about what he just talked about as far as the etheric catalysis and working with these different energy centers. Because the thing is this, it's a key and a lock system. We're talking about the subconscious mind, because essentially what you did, MC Maestro, was you tapped into your subconscious mind, you made a connection, and the data started to flow. So we all are surrounded by this data. And when you go into meditations, especially these types of meditations, you're able to use these symbols as keys to unlock certain doors. That's what this is about. So it's not just about memorizing the names and the colors and the shapes. You're supposed to use these things to open doors within yourself. That's what this is really about. So yeah, again, if you're interested in learning some of these techniques, take the course, contact me. But otherwise, remember that there are stages to this game. We're learning this stuff right here, not just because it's cool looking, but because, like I said, this is a map. This is a map to navigate the macrocosm and the microcosm.
I made the
Maestro, would you be able to do it with other spheres, or you just did it with these two spheres together?
I did it with those two spheres. However, either today or tomorrow, I'm reading Liber Chaos right now, but I've been working with an NLP type entity, and then I tried to do some NLP yesterday, didn't exactly work out. So I was like, okay. And I recognized that I wasn't in the right state. So it kind of threw the whole thing off.
The balance.
And so I'm going to do one for Hod. Yeah, like I said, either today or tomorrow to get the essence, and I'm gonna create another, basically a mercurial personality. But you're able to do that, as Trav gives in that little secret scrolls, is you're able to do that with any point in time, any place in space, pretty much. The only thing that limits you is your imagination and belief.
Now, your ideas, they came out as well, because I've been having crazy ideas in my head as well. Like the more I practice, the more the head is like giving ideas. And then if somebody is asking for something, I give them ideas. Oh, that's a good idea. Not that it's, I don't know. It's just that the ideas comes by like, oh my God.
Yeah, I had to stop it because it was like I had a whole notebook page of things, like not on a Steve Jobs level, but on a like,
and the speed,
you read
right?
it, yes, the speed. It's like I started writing stuff down. I get 2 or 3 more ideas, but they're all fully developed. It's like it's literally like blockchain technology. How each block is a lot of information. Download a block, and that whole idea was just a block of information. Sitting there writing it out, and then boop, boop, and then I literally had to consciously cut that connection off because it started to get like too much too fast.
And I think this is where people loses their minds. This is when they say, I think somebody questioned Travis, oh, when you start practicing the Kabbalah, didn't you get mad, crazy, or something like that? I think somebody did ask Travis that question. And I think that what you are right now with like the concepts of all these ideas coming constantly, it matches in a way where Travis was saying that energy has no limit. Energy has no conscious. Energy just flow. Yes.
Yeah, that's Tipperitic. Yeah, you in the sphere Tippereth in your own.
So I had to,
your own shit. Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of also why like the other exercises are included too, which some of which we've already gone over on the lives, but those help kind of prepare us to even receive that information. Because like you said, some people go crazy, but they hopped from normal everyday work and McDonald's diet to trying to do some Kabbalah with the inner Tiferet. That's not going to work out.
Yeah, it's not going to work out.
Yeah, you can't jump straight into the center of knowledge, man. You can't do it, or you'll lose your shit. You'll spiral down. You know, it's centripetal and centrifugal forces. You know what I'm saying? There's a spiral up, and a spiral in and a spiral out. You know, you'll just spiral out into nothingness, man. You'll just be out there.
That's working with your sphere of availability.
Of course. Yes.
Like that's another realm of the importance of it, because in spiritual development, especially, in order for you to advance, you have to know where you are, and then you just have to take the first step and then the next step. When you create lofty goals or try to put yourself right at an advanced level, you fuck yourself, because you have all these other steps that you totally tried to skip past, but they're going to come up each time. And for us, the biggest first step is dealing with fear. And fear comes from the unknown. So you plant yourself in the world of the unknown? Nah.
I did that, yo. I did that.
I did too. It fucked me.
I did that a couple of years ago, and it fucked me up, and it halted it like put me back a couple of rungs on the ladder, you know, and I realized that because I didn't even really know what happened. And it took me about a year of like analyzing that to realize what happened. You know, I wasn't ready to cross that abyss. You know, I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready to unlock. I didn't have the key to unlock that door. You know what I'm saying? And I wasn't prepared to build it at the time, you know, because like you said, Alora, I had skipped so many steps. I was like, man, I'm just gonna jump in this motherfucker and do a cannonball. And
you're gonna get cannonball right back up.
Right back out of there. Just straight up.
It's a ricochet.
Boom.
Shit was traumatizing though. I can't even lie. And I just like came to the realization within myself that that's what happened, and got myself back ready to push again. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yo, you know what that's like, stuff?
What's that?
Have you seen Dark Knight Rises?
The Batman?
Yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah.
When that's like your story is kind of like when Bruce got tossed down the hole and he broke his back and he was stuck down there forever. And he had to like continually train himself to literally crawl out of the hole. Yeah. In the desert, which is Sheol or the abyss.
In the prison, yeah.
That's actually like oh my God, that's like such a reflection, right? Of everything. Like, I don't know, I'm just seeing everything as like what you're supposed to do constantly reflected back at you. Like, you ever been hurt and you have to retrain yourself how to walk or how to use that limb that was hurt? It's the same thing for spiritual development. Literally the same thing.
Everything is lifting weights, man. Everything is building muscle and building momentum in a certain thing. You got to focus on that area to build that muscle up, you know, and nothing is outside of that. Nothing is outside of that process. You know what I'm saying? Everything is under that process, and that's why when like I try to, and I'm done doing this because and Trav said it too, man. Like, you come to a point where you stop trying to give this information to people because they're not ready for it. Just like you weren't ready for it. Just like I realized I wasn't ready for it at the time. People ain't ready for this stuff. You know what I'm saying? And I had to just leave it alone. But you have to do the work, and everything. Even if this was a utopia, and the apples grew on the trees, you still got to walk over there, pick that motherfucker up, and bite it.
Yeah, I've been studying economics, and that's kind of something I want to pursue. But I've started to notice, especially applying the Kabbalistic principles, that at least in America, we're not going to have people struggling as we know today. Like, the definition and the process is going to get changed.
Yeah,
but
I see that.
If you want to really kind of have the best things for yourself, the best you could do is actually, start applying effort. It's like in a certain, like Sweden and whatnot, how they have certain systems to where, all right, everything's paid for, you don't have to work, but you're going to have to pay 90% in that back to taxes.
Yeah.
And the richer you get is the less taxes you have to pay. But those people up there are really good. But in order to get, so the people who have to pay 90% down here in Malkuth, as we ascend the scale, the taxes lessen, 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 and the restrictions lessen and lessen. So then the people who know how certain monetary systems work, they're sitting up here, they're able to dictate what goes all the way down here. Down here, you could be fine, but you're going to be a victim to all these previous influences.
Right.
Right.
All of
And
that.
so that's where like learning about like Pravritti, Vrittis, right? All this stuff that we're talking about is literally practicing contentment. Like when you are at peace with yourself, like this is what I've been doing, is recognizing my contentment. And it's been keeping me from those lofty goals or thinking I have to throw myself into something completely unknown immediately, or you know, and actually seeing advancement and wanting to take the inspired action. It's been the practice of contentment because I'm giving myself that time to go deep. Like I think that a lot of us, you know, I heard a great quote the other day. It was, your favorite piece of music isn't defined by the last note, right? Like when you listen to music or when you listen to your favorite song, you're like, oh man, that sounds so good. Not because of the how it ends, of the last note. It's because of the process of it. So when you become all right with the process more than the goal, you're able to see and find all of these little things that maybe hadn't come to your awareness before. And you can actually enjoy working on them. And then that pushes you to the advanced level that you had at one point wished to be. But at that point, I mean, what I'm finding is that I don't even desire it. You know, like I'm just on my way and enjoying the journey.
Yeah, we learned chapter 4 that also is, I'd help you refine that definition a little bit. More than the journey too, it's the state. If we are in the state, just basically like you said, contentment. If we are in the state of contentment, the stuff flows our way. As a story with the two men meditating at the tree, one, or they both get told, you know, you'll attain moksha in how many years? Like you have to meditate for as much years you're on that tree. One guy was like, you know, I'm gonna go home, I'm done with this, like, you know, I'm out. The other one was content. He had this message. He had it literally, he knew where he was at and he knew the ending. And once he was content with that, he pretty much attained moksha. But that's the same for our manifestations and whatnot. We have to be content with where we are, what the goal is, in that state of knowing or having it.
Yeah, like I've been pushing for, like, even just, you know, a lofty goal of mine has been like, okay, I know my purpose. I need to have an ashram, you know, like I need to set that up. It's going to be martial arts, blah, blah, blah. And I've been stressing for the past year on where to go. There have been 3 places on my mind and I'm like, man, I need to go. And then upon practicing this contentment this morning, okay, so I've been going through a total like immersion of just deeper self, right? And analyzation and slowing the fuck down and taking just step by step. And this morning, I ended my meditation practice. I've been doing the Soham Dharana meditations where I just focus on the prana of the breath for 15 minutes, then my third eye, my Antartrataka, and then I go about my day. And this morning, right after my meditation, I had this vision, and it was when I first bought my house. And I remember telling the real estate agent, this is my dream home. This place is going to be a safe haven for myself and others. It's going to be an ashram. And the memory was like, oh shit, yeah, I'm already here. Like I'm already where I've wanted to be this whole time. And the appreciation and gratitude for all of that really came up because it was no longer waiting for moksha. It was moksha. Like everything I had always wanted was already here.
Yeah, that's like the ending of Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, where like the dude's superpower is basically alchemy, but at the end he realizes he didn't even need that. He went on this whole journey for something that he already had.
Right. And the journey was just what? The realization of that. So don't think you're even wasting your time. You know, like I don't think I wasted my time, even though I went in circles a lot. I was just relearning the program.
Right. It's just reframed. You reframed your with that thought, you know, that came in, you know, that you had already created you had already created what you had in your mind. You just reframed it, and it was, and it became, like you said, a peace, you know, a peace of mind then, because you're like, hey, I'm already here. You know, the journey has already been done. You know, if you just put yourself in the center and appreciate everything that's going on around you. And like you say, enjoy the journey.
Right. Because even like breaking it down to just what a thought is in general, right? Like I had this realization recently where it was like a thought is our perception of reality, and it manifests on the astral. When you're on your journey and you're connecting your rational mind to the astral mind, what you're doing is you're taking that perceived reality and you're implementing it internally, and therefore it's manifesting all the time within your tangible reality. But you have to be okay with letting go of the time and of the plan that you have about how it should go about. I think that's what trips us up the most, is because we constantly try to put a game plan to everything. Okay, I'm going to go up the tree of life. Okay,
Right.
I'm going to become an enlightened being. So this is where I have to go. And if I'm not here, I suck.
Or a game plan without a framework.
There we
You have a blank
Exactly.
map. You have no idea where you're going. I said, I'm gonna find the treasure now.
Right. And the thing is that, you know, that is a illusion. That's the Maya that your rational mind is already trying to rationalize, and it's getting itself tripped up instead of just communicating with the astral mind. So you have to let that shit go.
Mhm.
The illusion is the worst enemy, people.
Yeah, things don't happen in your time, you know, and if that's what your focus is, if that's what you associate with success, you always gonna fail. You know, some things, you know, and I think that's the problem that we have in Western society, is that we're spoiled. You know, we're so used to this fast food lifestyle of having everything at our fingertips when we want it, you know, instead of, you know, developing a sense of contentment in where you are, and knowing that things will be provided for you when they are needed, you know.
Yeah.
So that sounds a lot like what he was talking about in the book regarding faith, right? About, in a way, trusting the process, understanding that there are things that you do have in your control, and there's a whole lot more that you don't, but understanding where you are and moving appropriately. None of us know what's going to happen tomorrow. None of us know what's going to happen in the next 5 minutes, but there's a state of mind that is grateful, that is content, like what Alora said, that is in a mindset of trust, because depending on how you see reality is going to depend on what you're going to recognize, right? All this stuff is always around you at any given time, but if you're stuck in a state of fear, in a state of, I'm on the offense, ready to attack, you're going to see opportunities to behave in that way. Likewise, if you're operating on a level of gratitude and peace, contentment, joy, and things like that, that's what you're going to see. And if that's what you're seeing on a daily basis, then of course you're going to manifest other opportunities to continue that, right? One of the things that was talked about in the Ladder of Lights was one of the keys to continue to evolve yourself is getting to the point where you're able to internalize what's going on in the external world. The example that I used was, for example, we use an external person to symbolize love for us, right? We use another person out there and we see them and our relationship with them, and we say, oh, I feel love because of my connection with that person. But in truth, nothing to do with that person. You feel love inside of you, but you're using that person as a symbol. Did you know that you can cultivate that within yourself without the use of another person or a pet or some kind of TV show or whatever thing you think you love? You can cultivate those things at will. When you understand the practice of cultivating everything you need from within, now you're ready to move forward.
And again, though, right? I think we get stuck on that because we're stuck on the concept of time. Time is an illusion. Like, I love my dogs, right? I love my dogs, but I know that they're going to pass away one day. But what brings that sorrow is the illusion that time is what will take them away instead of seeing them for what they are, which is energy, like I am, that's constantly moving. They were never here and they're never away. Like
No.
they're all, you know, like it's a different thing. Then everything is not as it appears. It exists, but it's not as it appears. And time makes really, I think, trips us up on that. So we feel like we have to have an attachment to something because we're going to run out of time with it, because we're not content with the fact that everything in this realm, in this tangible realm, is really temporary. Everything is temporary because it's not harmonious with truth. It's just a reflection of it.
Reflection of it. It's not harmonious with truth. And until you start to fix your alignment with how you see reality, that's what puts you in the pattern, right? Because another thing that's stated in Letter of Light and some of these other books as well is that, wow, I don't know what the hell that was, but shit, did you guys hear that?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah.
I thought someone
Yeah.
had like
I did hear it too.
Yeah,
Someone's
that
working with that DOF.
Yeah.
yeah, that's great.
someone had a moment. Oh shit!
That's in line
Skinwalkers.
about yoga. Damn, I literally forgot what I was gonna say.
You was talking about
The
ladder of
patterns that
light.
you build.
Shit. Yeah. Okay. So, he was talking about how the initiates don't use their own power to continue to move up the tree. They rely on, basically the relationship between the left and the right pillars, and they pretty much just use what's already there to elevate themselves. And this is what we do. This is really how you find success in the real world. Being a creative person, I got so hung up on trying to create something new. Like when it came to music, I was always trying to like find the new sound, and I was getting frustrated because I couldn't find the new sound. And I'd see these people making these similar sounding songs and the similar sounding music, careers. And it's like, no one's coming up with anything new, yet all these copycats are having success. Well, there's actually a principle there. What I learned about being successful in business online is that you don't have to create something new. You literally find what's working and you replicate that.
That's even, or go ahead.
That not only applies in economics and business, that also applies in the spiritual world. You look at the patterns that already exist. Nobody told you have to create something new. Look at what works and what nature's already sustaining and use that to elevate.
Yeah, I've been noticing that with products. Like you really could just change the color of the labeling
Yes.
and you will have a successful product. And similarly, Thomas Edison, he knew like a similar game like that, to where instead of trying to literally invent something new, he hired an inventor first for the light bulb. And what he did for that inventor was buy the patent from him.
Mhm.
And after that, it was the Thomas Edison Electric Company. All they did was just buy patents and hire inventors. But he didn't really. If he kept trying to invent the light bulb, we could have got that like 50 years later.
Right. And a lot of people,
Oh, go ahead, Trav. I'm sorry.
a lot of people look at that and they're like, "Oh, that's unoriginal, and that's not." Da, da, da. You can have your feelings about it, and I understand because I felt that way too. But my mentors that I've been studying and that I've met, they swear by this principle. Not only do they swear by it, but they've already made several millions of dollars, not just 1-5. I'm talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. And this is the principle that they teach, which is a universal principle. Nothing new under the sun. You take the pattern that works. And like what you just said, you can tweak or change something. Hell, look at my Instagram, for example. I'm posting all these memes. I didn't make none of them up. I find the ones that are already trending and I put my words on them.
Right.
They just want your eyes on their app.
Don't innovation come out of working in the sphere of what you're doing? Like continuous work in that, like you were saying, don't try to invent nothing new. Just keep working in that area and new things come out of that work.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. When you start, and here's the beautiful thing about it. That's not saying you just do that forever. What happens is, as you start to study what's working and you begin to replicate what's working, you're seeing behind the surface and you're starting to understand why it works, right? You start learning what makes a viral meme, for example. If you post enough memes, you start learning which ones get best comments and best likes and which ones don't perform very well. And if you do your work and you study, you start to understand why. Some people like things involving babies, right? People like if you have a certain looking female on the thumbnail, right? There's little things that you start to find. And then once you start mastering those subtle nuances, now you're able to consistently create things that keep hitting the right buttons. Not just with
Yeah.
me,
This is one
business,
sample.
but also with spiritual practice. It just keeps on replicating.
That's
Yeah,
what it
man.
works.
That's evolution, right? The survival of the fittest, whether it's trees or animals. Nature kept testing different things that worked, and the things that didn't work, guess what? They went extinct. They went into the abyss.
Damn, that's dope. That makes total sense.
I mean, I see that with like law of attraction videos and all that. Like, it kind of reminds me of this video I saw by Seven Bomar, where he used to work in like with car dealerships and all that. So he met a lot of celebrities and he wanted to be up there like them because he had an idea that like, oh, these people must know something I don't. Like they must be doing something that I don't know. And he went to these parties and he was talking to like Patti LaBelle and Prince. And he was like, these people don't know half as much as I do. Like, they're not, but they're able to take information and they just twisted it within their own way and presented it in that way. And I think, and I see that with a lot of other people putting out content, is that you really just got to see, like, what I notice is that a lot of people maybe spitting some stuff and there's maybe some wisdom in there, but they're throwing in certain keywords that attracts attention. And a lot of that has to do with creating a surface desire. Do you want a car? Here's how you can get it. But there isn't that much science behind it because there's a lack of content of, but like, I don't know, there's like a discrepancy because they'll say like, okay, just get happy or whatever, but they don't really give you too much detail as to why that's so important. And what they're talking about though is what the yogis have been doing, which is contentedness. It's contentment. So it's like, you like, I think my biggest learning lesson when it comes to like creating media or just doing any of that kind of stuff, reworking my own programming, is that like, enough. It's just a matter of applying it and don't feel like a fraud for doing that. Like, that's your interpretation that's going to speak to someone else. And it's going to make all the world of a difference to them because it's going to help them connect the dots.
And this all really what we're talking about is dealing with the sphere of chesed, right? And part of having success in the sphere of chesed has to do with what was learned from the sphere of tifereth. The more that you align your mind with being of service, in the past of Pravritti and Nivritti, he talked about being in alignment with selflessness. Even in the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, he talks about selflessness. The more selfless thought you have, the less negative vrittis you create. So dealing in the realm of chesed, one of the ways to move forward is remembering what was learned in tifereth, which is being of service and supplication to those around you. And that's part of the way to move forward. How can you serve? How many people can you serve, and how can you serve the people? What Butler talks about in almost all of his books, great occultist, great author, he talks about, becoming a student of light so that I may serve. I learn so that I may serve. There's a reason for that, right? Some people can't really get themselves to that point to where they can think about others beyond themselves. In The Ladder of Lights, William G. Gray was talking about how there's a certain threshold, right? Let's take, for example, the population, right? Every race has to have a certain number of babies a year in order for the race to continue. And there are some people whose birth rate falls under that threshold, which means that if they don't change things, they will become extinct within about 50 years or so. As above, so below. Likewise, most people aren't generating enough prana and aren't generating enough light to cross that barrier of Doth, like what you mentioned, MC Maestro, about the serpent going round and round and round. They're not generating light to cross that barrier. So those who do make it to Chesed, it's interesting because they start to generate not only enough light for themselves, but a whole lot more expansion, just like Jupiter. They call it the guru shot, or the guru, Jupiter the guru. But Chesed begins to generate so much light, so much prana, that they're able to disperse it, disseminate, and share it. That's the true abundance. That's the true wealth. That's what
True.
success in that realm. It's not just so you can accumulate a bunch of money and hoard it. If you notice, all these millionaires, billionaires, they're philanthropists. They're giving the money away. They're investors. They are donating.
Yeah.
You might say, oh, well, that's just how they wash their money and do their taxes, which may be true. It doesn't matter why. It's a principle. In order for that money to continue coming in, it has to keep going back out.
Somebody told me that before. They say if you are that Jupiter, obviously, because Jupiter, it's pretty much, I'm around Jupiter. And I'm studying Jupiter, and I want to study Jupiter for years, not just for a couple of months, because I see certain things in this sphere. It's two things. You ask for abundance, right? And it comes to you. It really does. But it's into the point where you can keep receiving. And when you realize you had piles of stuff around you that you are no longer don't know what to do with it. And that's because you're not releasing it. Mm-hmm. You have to receive, but at the same time, share with others. That way you can put yourself in order. You know, it might sound crazy. It might sound crazy. Like, picture yourselves when you purchase books, for example, right? Let's say like us here, the groups here, and even the YouTubers up there. Travis is sharing information about books, plenty books. Take a look at them. Plenty books everywhere, right? So there's like books everywhere. And this is just one part of my house, right? And I keep searching for more books, but how much of these books you're going to be reading? Now you have to share around it. So I know for a fact that these books are they're not mine. I learned that lesson while we reading this from the Kabbalah. They're not mine. Eventually somebody else is going to take over it. Whoever values, I just pray, right, that whoever takes these books are going to see the value of it. Because to be honest with you, only a magician can see so much value in it. And that's the power of this sphere. You know what I mean? The feeling that you're releasing all that you're not feeling heavy, all those books around you, everywhere, in your bed, in the floor, in your kitchen, in your tables, and everywhere else. It's depends how even organized you are yourself as well. So that's one thing that I learned from that planet, or for that energy, is where you're receiving, and then you're going to have to say, don't say stop, say slow down and balance, and to you neutralize yourself. And that's exactly what I am right now. I know Travis keeps showing these fabulous books, but I am load of books that I say I have to stop. I have to stop purchasing books, and I have to put some of those books, good stuff, in my head, not on the table.
Right.
That's just one sample. Imagine when it becomes with money, when you guys will start asking about money. Money's going to keep coming. Guess what? It does. But there's also work at the same time. We keep asking for money, Trust me, I'm one of those. I ask for money, and money comes, but also work, but also taxes. I pay 3 times more taxes than you guys can even imagine in New York. 3 times more.
I mean, I'm from California, so I know a little bit about some taxes.
Yeah. I had 3 jobs, my friend. 2 times taxes, right, from 2 jobs, and a small office that I own. So you can imagine how much taxes. And I asked for fortune, right? Like everybody.
Yeah.
Yes. Good luck on that one. Fortune. Now you have to balance things down.
Well,
Or
that
you're
comes
gonna be
with
looking like me, like the hair like this.
I
Please
mean,
Sunday
hey,
and look at my hair. This is not really a person who wants to enjoy fortune, because you always constantly work, you have no life. That's what happens. So this is where the planet comes by when you ask too much and not knowing what's in between it, the process. This is what I'm learning with this energy.
so what do you think you could do to, like, for your
You
situation
have
of,
to narrow. You have to narrow to how you ask, because you have the capacity to receive what you've been asked, what you ask. You have that abundance of energy coming at you. It's waiting for you to say, take me, take me, take me. But now you have to say, I'm going to take you, but I need to balance you. It needs to. You have to. In a certain point right now, in a stage right now, where if you ask for that, you have to learn how to interpret the energies and how for you to understand what the energies are trying to say. That's something that I'm trying to work right now in the reading of the, how to say, understanding what the energies are telling you or telling me. For example, just one sample, there is a woman who's been asking me to become her partner since 2015. And she keeps asking me since 2015. Instead of me working through 2 jobs and having a small little tiny office, she's like, why don't you spin a partnership with me? Because we've been doing this since 2015. The company has been there for more than 20 years. So I don't have to struggle to build up anything. But she likes my ideas. Just like Maestro say, when you come into the meditation, there's so much ideas that come by in your head, right? It's just so many of them, unstoppable. I swear, it's so many of them. But then you have to balance that up too. So the energy sometimes tells you, look, there is a choice for you right here. And I'm gonna keep pointing at you, and I'm gonna keep pointing at you until you actually listen and you decide what you want to do. Other than that, don't bother me. That's what energy is saying in a way, trust me. So you're going to have to figure out how to interpret what this universe is telling you. You have to figure out, especially if they're constantly telling you, here we come, here we come, here we come. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's one thing I've been studying on this particular sphere. It's a very caregiving sphere of energy. But if you don't know how to know your limits, it's gonna come all over your back, and you won't be able to know where you're gonna go.
The law of limitation, as Ophiel gave us.
Yes.
The law of the barrier.
Yes.
And I've been studying this just for the freaking fun of it, because I know that we are so low of it. Just to understand it, it's so fundamental. And along the road, when you learn how to balance these things, you will know you are in the right track.
Thanks, everybody.
Django. Got the Omnitrix off.
Almost got it. I don't know why today my
Oh shit.
See, Trav has it now.
You okay? That sounded
Today
crazy.
is Travis, yo.
Yeah.
I
The
know, right?
Omnitrix is
The
gonna
other
go
day
from
was
person
Hugo,
to
now it's
person.
Trav. That sounds like Neo when he took the blue pill.
Man, dude, that sounds like some dial-up internet.
This is what happens when you do meditation, guys.
You get sucked into the machine off Tron.
That's right.
Shango's in the house. What's up, Shango?
Peace, everybody. I'm just stuffing my mouth, listening in. Peace of Laura, Maestro, Stuff,
Hey.
Melissa, Society, Trav. Good show, Trav, earlier. I don't want to say show, but good build earlier.
Thank you.
See, you still got the electric disco going on over there.
And you know how it goes.
You ever notice that each sphere, each Sephira you talk about, something happens on the computer, you know what I mean? So that's the sound of Doth that we're hearing right now.
Okay, because I thought the sound of Dolph was a year and a half ago.
Oh yeah, he was walking up there somewhere. That weird noise happened.
Hills are alive with the sound of dog.
Yeah, each sphere has any sound, guys. You ever question that?
Well, they have the sphere. If you go on YouTube, you can find sounds and frequencies of the planets and correlate that to the spheres.
To the sphere.
That's what I would do. I would either listen to Saraswati mantra, or I would listen to the Mercury at like actual frequency while I was studying.
Yeah. There's a lot of good sonic vehicles available on YouTube right now. You know, everything from basic binaural beats to some of these mantras. And like you said, some of those frequencies of the planets. I have some, you know, I make playlists all the time, but there's some really good ones out there that can be used for meditation or just listening in the background.
You know, right now, where we're at in this time frame, there is nothing that you cannot find. You can find every single thing. We are living in an excuseless time.
Yeah.
And Trav has given us the tools to create our own.
I'm gonna just say this. I'm gonna sincerely say this because I like to be sincere. I'm man enough to be honest. Trav is our guru.
Uh-huh.
That's something that I had to accept this. I had to accept the fact that Trav is because you know how we say guru, we when we say a word guru, of course our mind is going to try to make an image of something that's going to either be one of the Saraswati brothers, you know, what I'm
with
saying,
the white hair,
or some bald head guy in the Himalayas. But what we have to reprogram is to be like, when you realize, you know how they say, when you're ready, the teacher will show.
Yeah.
Boom, there it is. Trav might never say that, but he's accepted his duty. You understand what I'm saying? That's like an important thing I learned on this journey is that you have to, at some point, you have to stop asking for stuff. You have to just, like Trav was saying, it's basically be in a mind state of appreciation. And once you start appreciating, you start seeing that the mantras that we use are mantras that are praising. They're giving thanks to these energies that we call deities that exist within us. We're not necessarily asking them for anything. If we do ask for anything, it's to ask for the strength to persevere, not for. When I stopped asking for like money or money spells and stuff like that, money just comes. At a point I realized that I don't the things that I placed the value in really weren't valuable. It was what I perceived to be valued through a filthy perception tube. So once I started changing certain things, you start seeing the truth. So if we have Trav, you know what I'm saying, Travis Majors, and the information that we have, because I spend time in what I'm gonna just dub the spiritual realm, or because we have to still call it what we can understand. So when we spend time in these spiritual realms, well, when I started realizing, like, yo, why do I keep thinking about Trav? Like, why do I think about this guy? And then I see the videos and he puts this, I say, you know what? I say Trav is the guru right now. Trav is the sage that a lot of people have been searching for. So that's why, you know, from time to time, I hit Trav like, I appreciate what you do. Do you really know? I asked him, Trav, I asked him like, yo, you really know what you doing? Do you really see what you do? Because I see it. I see it through a more spiritual vision now. So you don't just see a person, you don't see the person, you don't see the personality, you see the action that's being resonated through him. Because it's like a prism. You know how you take them, remember we was in school, they used to give us those prisms, the little plastic thing, and we shine a light through it so we can see the color spectrum. That's what you are. So the information is the multiple levels of the color spectrum. So somebody may see blue, somebody may see purple, somebody may see yellow. That's because that's their color spectrum. So that's why the information that an individual gets for you is meant specifically for them. If somebody is not getting anything from what you're breaking down in this time and day, that's because they're asking for something that has nothing to do with what you're resonating. They have to go back and realign themselves with truth and spiritually. So what I realized, and as a man, I'm not afraid to submit. Me being someone that can say, you know, I submit to the power of Trav. That don't mean that I'm lowering myself as a man or something. That, like, I have to submit to the truth because I'm truthful. And that's the way I see it. So in the modern day, this is it. You're not finding gurus. The guru finds you. So Trav found us. He could be doing what he used to do. Trav can be still sitting at that table, you know what I'm saying, with the two skulls right there, with the book, with the incense burning, and not rocking with nobody, but still dropping the knowledge. No, we're invited in. So the whole thing is that we have to realize that this path, because this is a path that we're on altogether, we have to become very analytical of our individual self and realize what is the ultimate goal of this path that I'm on. And we know is to submit to righteousness, submit to right information, and eliminate incorrect information. You understand what I'm saying?
And it's like submitting to sattva.
Yes. You don't know. Sometimes we don't know what we're looking for. We just be looking for something because we're always needy. That's a part of our of our weakened, broken human nature. It's still, we're still childlike, and we're babies that we need pablum. We need the breast milk. We just want somebody to hold us. And that's why we look for love in all the wrong places, because we're always looking for something to comfort us. So once we're a group of mature individuals, knowing that we're not looking for something to pacify us anymore. We're looking to perfect ourselves. So through this process of perfection, we have to now see, like, oh shit, what is an individual like Travis Majors is the emanation coming. What it is, the light that we already had inside is now outwardly being reflected through Trav. That's why we're susceptible to what he's teaching, because this is it that's in us coming outward. It has to be reflected. It's no different than a Jesus Christ figure. You had to see what it means to submit to righteousness. You had to see, and I just forgot the word of the non-violent. What is it? Niyasa, non-violence. When you submit, the imagery that we get from Christianity is that this individual called Jesus submitted physically to harm from every circle surrounding him, so people can see, like, yo, man, how could you have that be done to you and you not seek revenge? Or if you're so powerful, you the son of God, you can crack the whole earth in half if you really, really wanted to. No, that's not what you're supposed to do. You have to submit sometimes, because through submittance, there's power. That's why you don't have to ask for anything, because once you submit to the ultimate power, everything is fucking given to you. What do you fucking need? You think you're gonna be broke when you rocking with the divine energy? It ain't nothing wrong with you if you still want to be fly. You want to, so you want to drive a little something. You want to wear a little. It's nothing wrong with that, because we're still gonna be human. But at the same time, you begin to reevaluate those things and see that the value that we once placed in that, like we see emanated in Hollywood and entertainment, they place value in all things physical. They place value in the material. They don't place value in the spiritual or the unseen things, because they don't see no value in that, because they can't spend it, they can't monetize it, they can't sell it,
I just told Travis that yesterday. I said, yo, Travis, you display everything that chapter 4 talk about, bro. That's you. And I know it might sound cheesy, but I see it,
I learned it through that his visualization. When he starts showing up, I can read those books, man. Like, I can read, but it's like if he starts showing up all that, and I'm, oh shit, that's what it is. Oh shit. It's like, oh.
Yeah, it's punching you in the face. You know why? Because we've really read this stuff before.
Yeah.
We've read Kabbalah years ago.
Yeah,
we've all had some sort of Vedic information that we didn't 100% understand. We might have only understood 12% of what we read. So now here comes what we was looking for. Like I said, that we didn't know what we was looking for. We didn't know we was looking for an individual like Travis Majors. It could have came through me, but I'm more of harsh than Trav. Trav is his nature is sattvic. He's mastered sattvic nature. What goes on in a person's private life, that's their private life. And I'm not saying he got some wild shit going on, but I'm just saying what we experience is a human being, because we're still human beings. We're experiencing a human being who knows how to resonate sattvic, and we could emanate that. So that's why I said earlier, there's really no more excuse that we be like, yo, I don't know where to start and I don't know what I should do. Then just get the fuck out of here. Then I don't even want you around me. I don't want people around me who wimpy and whiny and keep saying, I don't know what to do and I don't know where to start. You can go to YouTube, and YouTube is basically a university right now, man.
Right.
Alora just put, and I'm so, and I love that, Alora, because I was just looking at that video the other day. You put up Niranjana Saraswati's video. That's a modern video. That video is from like 7 months ago. That he's still, you know what I'm saying? He's still out there, alive. So when I looked at that, you can go watch that, and he's teaching. So there's really no excuse for anybody not knowing what the Atman is, Antakaran, all these words that we be saying, Nivritti and Pravritti. There's no excuse for anybody to say, I don't know what that means. I want you to get away from me. Because that's horrible for you to be like that. You're stuck in a rut.
No.
I think too, one thing that I've learned, well, a couple things that I've learned, but as far as like gurus or teachers or like really expanding your knowledge, is that listening to those swamis speak raises your vibrational level automatically.
Yes, it does.
Like,
yes.
Yeah, like it gets you connected. So even if you are like, I need a guru or I need this and stuff like that, first of all, that's your plan, right? That's the illusion of needing a plan, interrupting your connection to the astral and to the rest of self. So first of all, get that out of your head.
Yeah.
And then also look at these videos. These videos are not just for entertainment purposes. They really are educational. Let's put you on a higher realm, because these people are beings of light now. They are actually able to resonate on a less dense level, even though their bodies are still here. Everything that they project is a reflection of what's happening internally. So whenever you put one of them around you, you are actively changing your environment to resonate on a similar level that they are on. Yes. So you're automatically going to start connecting to that light self that you are wishing to attain for yourself. So like they've become part of like my mantra playlist. Like I'm now like playing videos and stuff like that of them all the time, because it makes me feel better. Like it makes me feel like a better person because I can understand things and I can see the light within my own life. So like, you know, check out if you're feeling lost or anything like that, there is absolutely no harm in looking at these and just having these lectures on in the background or whatever, because it will bring light to your life.
And that's what we really should be listening to, because anything else is toxic. Everything else is not for elevation. So even if we listen to music and the lyrics are telling us to do something foolish. So that's the whole thing, is that the lifestyle has to change. So when we go back, Trav got these videos are 3 hours, 4 hours. You can go back and put them things on before you go to sleep and listen to them read the whole Ladder of Lights. So there really is no excuse. When you go back, you can listen to the Maha Mrityunjaya mantra. Whenever I listen to these mantras and after it goes off for like the 3 hour prayer, is it me? I mean, is it only me, but do anybody else feel the vibration? Like you feel an actual humming and vibrating within you? I don't know if it's in my ears. I don't know if it's in my mind. I don't know if it's in my body, but there's a vibration every time I finish these mantras. That's why I said, and I'm sticking with it, there is no more excuse for not aligning yourself with the tools that can raise your vibration or begin to raise the vibration to its highest level. It's like Dreamwise earlier today said, you know, sometimes we gotta be more compassionate and patient with ourselves, because we want it so bad that we want it tomorrow, and that's not That's not relative. That's not real. Now it could happen tomorrow, but you shouldn't expect it to happen tomorrow.
We
What
got
you
the
should,
tools now to do that too.
yes,
Because
you
that
can
right
just,
there is tantra.
yeah, just
Using your
start,
energy to manifest.
just start doing it. That's all you got to do is just start doing it. And once you do it sincerely, shit, even the gurus will tell you in the ancient writings, just by listening to someone read the Bhagavad Gita, that blesses you.
Yep.
By just listening to the wisdom of gurus blesses you.
Yep.
You don't have to do it. Only thing you have to do is be sincere and let go of thinking that you know something, or you always have to add your, as we say, I just want to add my 2 cents. Stop adding your 2 cents and stop adding anything. You know what I'm saying?
There's $1 million in the pit and you putting 2 cents in.
Yeah. It's already millions.
What you got on the
2 cents?
Dude, that reminds me, I mean, just to add 2 cents in, that, I don't know, just this hilarious thought came to my mind. You remember Eddie Murphy's Raw and Uncut comedy? And he was talking about gold diggers and how like they think that they deserve half because they get a part-time job. You know, it's like now we have $1,020,020.
That's like gambling. That's like you playing craps. You know what I'm saying? Everybody dropping 20s or 50s, and here comes the one dude, he want to put $2 down. Like, dude, come on.
In quarters.
He wants to come up with change. The nigga got 43 cents he want to gamble. You know what I'm saying?
Exact change.
That's 1,800 in this pot. You can't come in here with
Do you take credit
cents.
card?
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
And imagine we're gonna start using crypto and if someone comes in with some paper money. That's gonna be antiquated.
Yeah.
You're gonna be like, yeah.
My baby mama finna cash at me. Y'all hold on for just a minute. She gonna cash at me the money to use.
My baby
just cancel the sale. Give that man that thing for free.
Oh my God, my baby mama with the money again.
She don't put money on the Cash App card that she gave me.
You get whatever service you're giving that person, you just give them that. Just like that'll better benefit their life way more than
I'm
getting
just,
this
you know
sale.
what I'm saying, man, we are in the time of you know how we see wavelengths and it's always an up and down, we're in the upward time right now. That's where we're at. Anybody who doesn't see that, or not just see it, who is not experiencing that and living that, you are where you are. You can't,
right.
Then you can't feel
sorry.
You don't even have time to feel sorry for people no more. Because everything is right there. Like, dude, it's laid out for you.
Mm-hmm. Always have, always will.
You have to submit. That's like in the story, like on in the book where he was telling the story about Milarepa, how his guru told him to put this hut and then go to the bottom of the mountain and bring up all these stones, and he put them in there. The guru said, nah, so this ain't gonna work. Bring it all back down. The sadhana or the practitioner or the student of the guru never complained about that. He just pretty much submitted to it. If the guru said it, I'm gonna just do it. You know why? Because this dude's a guru.
And as a student, his mind was focused on the work.
Exactly.
Not the outcome or how long it took.
I don't know who said it, but I remember what they said. It says sometimes you got to do something for someone else that you may not even live to see happen. You just do something positive that's going to affect somebody else that you will never see the results. You're not looking for somebody to pat you or somebody to say that's a good job. You speaking about it earlier. You said people who philanthropists.
Mm-hmm.
We the ones that say, as you said, oh man, they're just doing that to get tax write-offs. How you know they getting a tax write-off? Are you their financer?
Right. There we
Have
go.
you seen the paperwork? So because that's based off of wants, fears, pressure, a poverty mind state, a broken mind state. Because you don't have what they have, now you're gonna criticize what they got. Oh man, they just doing that because they getting tax write-offs. Shit, for real? You can do the same thing and get tax write-offs.
Yeah,
if you want to.
Yeah.
Save every single receipt that you purchase. Save all your gas receipts. And when you do your taxes, write it all off on your taxes. You can do the same thing. Go seek a financial advisor and you will find out. That's the whole thing. We have to stop assuming things and start knowing things.
And we know by doing.
And you know by doing. And that's where we're at right now. We're actually not just gathering a bunch of books that's going to actually get dusty. I got so many dusty books that it don't make no sense. I don't even need to go read it anymore because they're useless right now.
Got the whole Vatican's library.
With all the books around you, if we don't know what we're doing with them, we can have many books if we want, but if they're just sitting around,
they have to be usable. It's just like a person that some people be hoarders and they just be hoarding all. And some of that stuff that look junky is actually good stuff. But you know what? They just wanted it just because they had no purpose for it. You have to have purpose for the book.
Yo, and that's actually
just karma.
I have a delicious karmic story about that. When I was house hunting, I couldn't find no house within my price range because my price range was like low, right? I was like, I need to basically be paying like the same amount I'm paying for my one apartment studio, like, and they were like, all right. And my realtor couldn't find nothing for a year. Like I couldn't really find anything. And then one day I used to walk through neighborhoods and I would just like pick out houses and try to check them out. And I saw this house and I was like, man, this like, all right, cool. Let's check it out. Turns out that the listing agent had accidentally put it as a commercial property instead of a residential. So it wasn't getting appointments. Another reason why no one was buying this house and they had to lower the price so much was because the lady living inside was a hoarder. But when I came in, there was something about this place that was beyond the shit that was in it. I was like, all right, this lady's hoarding it, but I see the gem. And so I got the house and the house ended up being less than what I was paying for like my apartment because no one wanted this because they had seen all this and they had seen all of the information, right? All of the cluster, and they just saw the cluster. They didn't see what was beyond that. And so then it came to me. So anyway, I wanted to share that because you're talking about like hoarding and having all these books around and like not even needing to read them because, they might be speaking the same thing, or the stuff that we learned from one book or whatever out of that collection. And it's kind of like, yeah, that was kind of like, that's kind of how things can manifest in our lives too,
Mm-hmm. You got to think that's what all these people, like the Vaticans and all these great, the Library of Washington and the Smithsonian Institute and museums, all they are a bunch of freaking hoarders with a title of excavators and what do they call them? People who dig up and all of this stuff like that. There ain't nothing but people going digging up somebody's grave and taking the stuff and bringing it back. Like I was looking at something earlier. They used to have back in people are crazy, man. They were robbing so many graves in Egypt. They were taking mummies, grinding them up, making this brown powder out of it, and they were using it to color stuff like makeup and all kinds of stuff. They were digging up so many mummies. That's why there's no more mummies over there anymore.
Selling them as calcium supplements.
That's what they were doing. grinding them and making powder out of another dead human being. This is the kind of people that we exist with on this planet. Super crazy shit.
Madness.
For the person who says, listen, I don't want nothing to do with it. I'm just striving for righteousness. They'll lock them up in the crazy house for saying that.
Righteousness.
Oh, you crazy. Anybody, you can't never, no righteousness, so you can't, no person. And that's another bad thing that some Christians to say that, nobody's perfect, only perfect person was Christ.
So I'm my own Christ now. What's
That's
up?
a lie. We all have the ability to become perfect.
Ain't that what we're studying?
That's what we're studying. These art of perfection.
Art and practice.
The tools for perfecting the imperfect self. You can give it all kind of fancy titles and shit. You know what I'm saying? But it's actually real tools.
And let's reframe. Like the biggest problem here is the root word of perfection. We have this image of perfection that's pretty damn faulty. So of course, if you've got a faulty image that you can never live up to, but perfection doesn't mean not making mistakes. Perfection means in alignment with cosmic patterns.
Alignment with cosmic patterns. And that's refining the imperfect qualities that exist within the human construct.
Which is what, right? Like living in purity. They say that. So I think purity is another thing that a lot of people misconstrue.
Oh shit, Alora. But you know what?
Me.
I'm sorry. I just want to add this. What we're actually just saying, because now we know we're striving for sattvic characteristics.
Right.
We're seeking to perfect the gunas that exist within this material form.
Right. And we're working to align with one of them as a dominant.
Yes.
Instead of always juggling.
Because we know now. Because that's what we should do. Instead of we said alignment. We're trying to refine the lower qualities of tamas and rajas.
Mm-hmm.
We want to refine that so sattvic quality is the umbrella that is covering those. So now when something happens, we don't get angry, or we don't get depressed, or we don't get disappointed, or we don't keep falling in love with good yoni or good phallus, that we then fell in love with this physical. We don't do that no more. We become indifferent, and we have discovered the inner happiness that nothing or no one can disturb. That's what they call in the Asara set. That's called being in the Asar state. Because the first sphere in Kabbalah, of course, in Hebrew it's called Kether, but in the Kemetic version of Kabbalah, the first sphere is Asar.
Right. Well, and that also relates to what they say in the Kabbalah about like being of projecting now and living amongst or projecting the inner personality to the outward personality. You have now synchronized the two, and you have created another personality, one that operates within this realm that is now the conscious mind working with the unconscious mind and is able to direct it. So it's literally what we're doing is we're working on getting the raw energy and becoming and connecting to the inherent emotional reaction and directing it consciously from our unconscious to the outward world as we're living in it. So then, and that's how we refine ourselves. That's how we get more connected, because eventually they incarnate our two bodies, right? They incarnate within each other. That's like advanced shit. That's where like the swamis are like going out to the caves where they no longer, that's like the true detachment stage where like they they reach that point where they no longer need anything material, because they go and incarnate, and their astral body incarnates with their physical body, and then they become anew. In a sense.
Yeah.
Anu, yeah.
That's like earlier when Travis on there, they was speaking. He's Dreamwise spoke about, you know, in the environment, and when he had said that, I thought the first environment that we really have to perfect is this physical. Our body is our internal environment. So when we say these gurus, they go, you know, into these into the cave and stuff like that, what they're doing is they're separating themselves from anything that's going to stimulate their senses. They're not going to have anyone that's going to be like talking in the background. There is going to be no sound of a car. There's going to be no sound of anything that's going to trigger the mind to go into this thought process to try to find something to define it, to try to analyze everything that's around us in this external environment. So what they've done is their environment becomes the internal environment. And that's the only way that you're going to be actually capable of changing the external environment. Look at what we're talking about. The reason we're talking about this right now is because these gurus they went into these different spaces, and they've got the information direct from a source, which is whatever we want to call that source. And they wrote it or they spoke it, and now we're talking about it. So what they discovered inside has now changed the whole world for those who are attuned to hear, because it's actually subtle. Maybe that's why we've missed this information for so long, because it's a subtle information. That's why these books aren't no 300, 400 page books, because that's not subtle shit. That's noisy, that's loud, that's rambling, tinkering bell shit. You know what I'm saying? But this book is what? Freaking 70 something pages, 60 pages or something like that. That's not loud. That's very subtle, pure, refined. Do you know how much information had to be studied to be refined down to 68 pages?
Right. And how understood it has to be able to be written and transcribed in such a way that it's easy to digest.
And this book is lectures. So they took bits and pieces of lectures and put it into a book that's only 68 pages, and it's profound, life-changing information that you can use for the rest of your life. You're not getting that from nowhere else. Like I found this really, really good right here when he says, for a normal, healthy person who simply wants to maintain the well-being, health, and stamina of the body, only 5 practices are important to ensure that the pranas are flowing properly throughout the body. They are the Tadasana, Turdhyaka Tadasana, Kati Chakrasana, Surya Namaskara, and Sarvangasana. He gives you, that's what I'm saying, there's no excuse. He gave you the 5 practices important to ensure that the pranas are flowing properly throughout the body. What more do you need to ask after that?
Right.
What demon do I summon?
You understand what I'm saying? What more do you, that right there? He says, for a normal, healthy person who simply wants to maintain the well-being, health, and stamina of the body, only 5 practices are important to ensure. Who am I to argue with that? But like, well, no, maybe how we know there's only 5. You know why? People who do that, that's a sick mind.
Mm.
That's a dissipated mind, as it says in Dharana. That's a mind that cannot focus on what this guru, this Swami G, just told you.
Swami G.
It's an attached mind. It's a mind that has attachments and still suffering with those attachments.
Still afraid to leave the shit that you've been doing that ain't giving you a healthy mind and body. You want to stick with that, but the tools that he just now said to do, you want to question it.
Mm.
That's
and
a
what's
sickness.
that? That's Thomas.
That's Thomas and Raja. That's a mental illness. What we call mental illness is Thomas and Raja out of control.
Yeah, I was reading an NLP book and they just described the same thing, to where you could get locked in a belief, and like under normal means, no matter what, you introduce a new belief into the equation, it doesn't matter how toxic or non-serving their native belief is, they are not going to accept it. But they will question. You could drop the most profound, you could drop everything we studied for this past year and a half on them. They're going to question that rather than the aliens are coming.
And you know what? And all you got to do, you do. And the sattvic nature should be strong enough in us now that we just fold our hands, adiom, tot, smile and walk away.
It's true.
I love you, brother. Hug them. Hug them people who like, man, I love you, bro. I love you, sis. Enjoy your
You know
day.
what? You're disrupting their thought, though. You're disrupting where they are. You're disrupting the thought. And when you do that, you push them out of it automatically, especially when you attune sattva to it.
Mm-hmm.
So like I do that at my work. You know what's interesting? So in behavioral health, they have a manual called the DSM-5.
Yes,
And
I got him.
Okay, yeah, right?
I was studying psychology at one point.
Right. And if you read it, you're going to think that you have every single disease
exactly.
in the book. But you know what? You know what it is, though? It's because you can get stuck to any one of those things.
Yes.
What creates the disease is when you get stuck to one of those things.
Be like, yo, I'm a level 7 schizophrenic.
Right. Right. I'm bipolar. I have PTSD. I got right. But it's when you identify with it and remain stuck within it that there is that's where the Thomas comes in, right? That's where you remain stuck. In Chinese medicine, one of my favorite teachers, Lillian Bridges, she says there is no bad emotion or negative emotion. There is only stuck emotion.
Yeah.
And disease and these people who debate things or whatever, they are stuck. They have stuck emotions.
Yeah.
So when you interrupt that with sattva, right, which moves that person towards an opportunistic viewpoint, where all of a sudden they see another little glimmer of light somewhere else in a dark corner that they were sitting in, all of a sudden you start to open up their world a bit, and that creates movement.
Yeah. And just think about us. All of us can say we was all like that. Some information shook us to our core, but like, man, that's that bullshit right there. I'm not gonna hear that shit they talking about, man. You know what I'm saying? And you keep doing it until you go back later on, and then you let your mature self sit back and be like, you know what? That shit does make perfect sense. And then if you really submit, because it's all about submitting, you submit to that inner nature that wants to refine itself. Now you do what? You start researching, you start studying, then you start practicing stuff to create more of that. Be like, yo, why was I so angry when that person said that to me? What's wrong with me? And now you start researching even more. You start going in deeper and deeper, whether you want to call it shadow work or whatever you're calling it. It's really just you're doing the inner work of self-refinement. And of course, there's a Sanskrit word for it, which escapes me right now, because like I just keep saying, this is the only system, meaning the this tantric and Upanishadic system is the only system that clearly classifies everything that the human being does as a machine, especially when it comes to this mind. It classifies every single thing. So once you submit to the divineness of that information and the truth, it's not just a divine, it's divine truth, then you start to clearly see yourself for what you are. You'd be like, yo, I'm a fucking pig. That's why renunciation becomes a path later on, because the physical self, you wanna be separate, because it's the physical being that suffers disease, pain, all of this desire and everything. Then you start renouncing your attachment to these things, because it's all nothing but just making you feel good or making you feel bad. And who wants to continue growing older, always in those up and down, in and out states, never being stable? It's like wobbling all the time, like a boat that just I'm gonna go out into the Atlantic Ocean with a fucking rowboat and thinking I'm gonna make it once I get out into the middle of that shit. Not gonna happen. You're gonna find half of me floating and the other half, a shark gonna have such a big belly. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and even on the aging thing, right? So we know that there's a form of samadhi that certain really attuned yogis can perform, where they leave their bodies when they're ready to go, right? So we even know that death doesn't have to be that much of a struggle.
Yes.
And the reason, and what I'm seeing, which is like amazing, when I'm doing research, and I've shared this before, but I'm really big into face reading. And so that connects me to the ideals of Chinese medicine as well. And one of their things is they say that you can tell someone has stuck emotion because not all lines are bad, no, but the lines on someone's face is a product of fire energy, because fire energy, fire people, or the energy itself, right? It smolders. And so we tend to hold on to things, right? So someone who ages a lot, they've lost a lot of jing, or a lot of inherited energy has been used up on these attachments. And so now it's showing on on their face. And they made a remark that I thought was like awesome, which is true. They said, if you ever look at yogis or swamis, they don't seem to age like everyone else. They don't really have a lot of lines on their face, because they did the work to let go of the emotions. So the fire energy leaves their system and goes to work on other things that ends up replenishing their energy. If you look at Swami Nirajanananda Saraswati, oh God, it's like been a life lesson to try and say his name right.
I massacre it every time.
But if you look at him, right, this man's got to be in his 70s now, right? Like, at least he's an older man, and he doesn't have lines on his face except for the purpose lines and the transformation lines. That's it.
You know something, Alora, that I learned? You can tell their age, they're old, by their ears. Something about when the body dies, the ears continue to grow. So their ears, you ever notice that their ears they be like, why is this dude's ears so big? Because they speculated that these people are like older. You said he's 73, he might be 78. You know what I'm saying? Right. Or he might be 85. Who knows? Well, we know his birthday. But the whole thing is, they have their ear size is still growing, but through their process, like you said, the sattvic nature and balancing their bodies, they've slowed that aging process, because let's go back to the tree. They've mastered all the lower spheres of the tree of life. So they actually stopping the death process until, like you said, they're ready to die.
Which is what, right? They have seen past the illusion of time.
Yes, there is no such
Time is
thing as
no
death.
longer a
See,
part
that's
of
the
their
whole thing.
existence anymore. Ah!
Now, what about like the Old Testament in the Bible always said like they Noah lived to 800 years old and he was buried with his blah blah blah. He gave up the spirit. That's what that shit means. It don't mean like he was old and he died at 8. No, they never said. They said they gave up the spirit. Meaning like, yo, I've completed my mission here on this planet physically. It's time for me to roll out. I'm done. Who doesn't want to go out like that? I don't want to go out hooked up to machines. That must be horrible to pass away. Like the last thing you hear is the beeping of the machine in the hospital, and we're just trying to make them comfortable before. I feel compassion for families that have to go through that, and it hurts. Like we can change that. That's a reality that we can grow old and and just be like, I think I'm done, man. Because you've learned the lesson of your past karma. These gurus and the swamis, they have burned out desire. They don't desire anything. They don't fear anything. They don't have any want for anything. They've experienced life to the full. It's like when you see Sadhguru, he just doesn't laugh with his mouth. He laughs with his whole body. Every time he laughs, his whole body be shaking. I have my great aunt and great grandmother used to laugh like that. And I always miss that when I think about them. I'd be like, yo, I remember my aunt used to always laugh, and she used to, like, her whole body would shake because she laughed with fullness. She loved it. You know what I'm saying? So that's the kind of old person that I want to be. I want to be joyful and comfortable, and I don't want to be you're always complaining about your back hurting and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and that's another thing. So Lillian Bridges, when she does face readings for people, and she gave a story about, she says, whenever I meet someone who's dying of cancer or who has some kind of disease, she asks them, she says, okay, do you want to live? Because most of the time people invite diseases like this into their life because there is a part of their life that they have been running away from or haven't wanted dealt with for so long that this is their body now making space for them to do that. And their body starts to shut down. And she says that some people really do want to die. And so they're okay with letting the body go. And that's how my uncle passed. My uncle got cancer. And I remember thinking, like, God damn, like, do you want to live? Because it seems like you're just doing what the hospitals are telling you, but there are all these other things that you could be doing that would help you. And they didn't. He didn't. All of his actions, you could tell within his subconscious, he was ready to go. And when he left, like, he fucked my aunt over, you know, like in this life, like with financial stuff, because he ended up being kind of a shady bastard and like, and all this stuff. So all of these were repressed, stuck emotions and attachments that he was running away from in this life that then manifested in the form of a disease.
Yeah.
And that disease allowed him to leave this world. And so Lillian Bridges says that that's what happens to a lot of her clients, is that they accumulate these diseases and they end up, and it's because they actually were at a point where they were willing to go. They were sort of in a way wishing for death to come to them. And so the disease was giving them that time. It was them fulfilling their own prophecy. And a lot, and I've met people who were like, oh no, you know, they weren't ready to die. This person wasn't ready to die. Well, maybe on their conscious mind they weren't, but a lot of times when you start investigating in that subconscious mind, there's a lot of shit that ends up coming up. Because what's a disease? Dis-ease. It's a dis-ease with something that has now manifested into an illness. That
because
is
people, I'm sorry, Laura.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say something because people don't know the difference between happiness and joy. It's two different things. Just to be happy, I'm happy when I see my daughters and I just happen to look over them and I see what they're doing. They're just doing their thing. They're comfortable. That makes me happy. But it also is beyond that. Joy is that inner comfort. It's that inner nature that you're comfortable with life. Nothing is, as you just said, nothing is in distress, creating a dis-easement within the physicalness of this body. You know what I'm saying? So that's that inner joy. Happiness can be taken away. You can be walking around happy and somebody comes slap the shit out of you. Now you're not happy no more. But you can still have joy. Joy can't be taken from you because that's an inner creation. You understand what I'm saying? So the whole thing is people don't know how to, they have to redefine, like I said earlier, it's the value system. We value things that we don't really understand the truth of these things. There's a difference. Like I said, people just walk around and they just want to be happy. People are happy if they get $1 million, but people are not. George, like I mentioned last week about Kanye West, $1 billion. This dude don't have no inner joy. He barely got happiness.
And I think, I'm sorry to cut you off. Yeah.
I'm done.
That just makes me think too about, so in Chinese medicine as well, they talk about the fire element and they say that oftentimes it gets mistranslated as joy, but actually it's excitement. And I think that we also get that confused because excitement, the reason why it's a fire element thing that can also be a negative is because it's short-lived. You always need fuel. You always need something to fuel the excitement. And so people mistranslate that as joy, I think, especially a lot in our society where they'll think that something's giving them joy, but it's short-lived. So they don't recognize that that was excitement. That wasn't joy. It's the same thing as you meet someone who's handsome or beautiful or whatever, and you have the honeymoon stage, right? That is excitement. It's going to be short-lived. It's going to only last for a certain amount of time before you build that deeper connection that then lays the foundation for joy.
Start stimulating those inner chemicals, and now you're getting a cocktail of happiness.
Right.
You know
right. And so when you're constantly trying to accumulate excitement instead of joy, you end up constantly searching and remain unfulfilled because you're not actually building the foundation for long-lasting joy and happiness.
That's heavy. And and when you think about that, that's kind of where we was at before. Well, like I said, with all these different books, think about how many books you've read before and how many like self-help books and Napoleon Hill and stuff like that. Those books, they were good those books are good and self-help is good for an earthly level. Where we're at right now is good for like Travis said, we should be past the barrier of Laya, and now we're trying to go past the barrier of Da'oth. We're trying to get past that. And like he had mentioned that when you go with he said it absorbs everything that you're trying to bring in there. When he said that, in my mind, it was like a vacuum, like a black hole. It's going to suck everything that you thought was illuminating and so bright and so good and so stimulating. Once you get to that barrier, that wasn't true knowledge. That's why that Sephiroth, or as I say, the non-Sephiroth is knowledge, because it's teaching you the truth. What you thought was the truth up until now is not the truth. We're going to take all that away.
In Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, there was a character who pretty much would just eat anything, and he ended up eating several characters. And when they went inside, they found that it was actually a mirror of Da'oth. And in order to get out, they had to transmute themselves to get to the other side.
See, see what I'm saying? They give it to us all over the place, man.
Wow. Wow.
Matter of fact, I think a character got sucked in because he was trying to help another character out. So he was attached to another character and got sucked in with him.
Ain't that some shit?
Don't know what it was about that particular chapter, but I think it hit pretty deep with everybody who was reading it. But I think that shows something symbolically, like the realness of what we call Doth and what we call the abyss. We may not know what precisely the books are saying, but it shows that everyone who encountered it has some kind of etheric memory, I guess, for lack of better words, of this concept.
And it also showed the foolishness of what we read from all these other books. They didn't even know what they were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
They basically made us feel good. They sexed us. They sexed our minds.
My mind's telling me no.
That's what it is. They R. Kelly'd us with it. Peed on us and everything, and we liked it, you know.
Oh, man. I don't see nothing wrong.
I don't want it anymore. I don't want it.
Not ashamed of it.
You see what I'm saying, man? This world, that's why you have to, and like I said, the way you align it, you only have to, you're following the divine plan that you will put it for, because you put it together. You put the Vedic information together with the Kabbalah, and it goes hand in hand, because as you perfect yourself in your own tree.
Mm-hmm.
So you following your path. And if you're clear enough with what your inner vision is, you will actually see what path you're on. Either you're following the path of the serpent, which touches every path on the tree, or you're going to the direct path straight up the middle, or you're still following the path of severity, or you're going the path of mercy, or you're going up all three. Or you can bounce it. Once you get real good with this thing, you can visit wherever you feel like you want to visit.
And you should.
And that's what it is, you know, without any additives.
It's like learning how to drive, right? When you first get your driver's license, you can take the test, but to pass and get your license, you actually have to get behind the wheel and drive. And you've got some experience. Likewise with what's going on here with the Kabbalah. Yeah, we talk about going up the tree from one place to another, but of course you can explore any Sephiroth. But here's the thing that you learn. At the stage that you're at, more than likely, you're only exploring the tree in the realm of Asaya. But as you go deeper, like what MC Maestro was saying, you start working with these combinations. He's talking about Chesed and Tifereth. You know, that's in a different level.
That's different level. Yeah.
But important things to understand the road signs, the paths and the spheres. Like the paths are the road signs, the spheres are the different cities, right? You got to learn how to drive.
Yeah.
So we talking about astral projection. Where do you think you're going? You just out here, the great blue yonder? No, this has been explored. This is why we have the tree of life. It's been figured out.
It's like you said about the map. You said the map is not the what you said, Trav?
The territory.
The map is not the territory. Sometimes you got to study the map before you even drive through some of these towns so you don't get caught in no speed trap.
Right. Or you don't get caught in the abyss of the city.
Exactly.
MLK, remember?
You're gonna need to know how to go around Atlanta and not drive through it, or you're gonna get caught up in so much traffic.
Yeah.
But that's doubt right there. So the city, you could think of the city as the abyss, but if you maintain your frame and say have extra tools, extra energies on your side, then you'll be going through Doth, that straight path through with no problem.
Yeah.
If you're out here corrupted, you know, some drama happened on the side of the road, you pull over just to look, you got caught up. It's over. Ain't you supposed to be in New York right now? That was 3 years ago. Like, nah, I just settled down in Atlanta.
Nah, man, I made it to ATL, man. I ain't never left. You didn't got caught. You didn't got caught on so much flashy shit. You know what I'm saying?
Hotel Earth, right?
Hotel Earth. Damn, ain't that crazy? Some people, what's that? You want the 30-second path be kicking some people's ass.
You don't even get to the door. Just turn right back around and say, no.
Be like, man, I went to this door, man. I heard these dogs barking back there. I didn't even want to go in it. I ain't even go. What? Did you see the dog? Like, nah, I just heard him. I didn't even. But like, damn, how you know it was a real dog back there? That's how people be giving up.
Buddies. But super loud volume if somebody got scared walking up to that door.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go back this way.
It's like them old school alarms. What was it? Low jack. And you would talk to you, please back up now. Like you walk up to the car and the alarm is all loud talking to you and shit. They just scare you away. But like, yo, man, that shit ain't gonna do nothing. You could open the hood and the wire is right there. You cut the wire. Now I'm still in your whole car now.
I completely forgot about that. Please.
Low jack. Wasn't it called low? Low jack armed.
Oh man.
Craziness, man.
Maybe their own car too.
But the beauty of it, like I said, there ain't nothing, there ain't no mystery no more. All of this is dispelled. Like there is no mystery. And like you said, we had the master teacher, Bobby Hemmett, who brought us into the information of the occult. But you got to think, Bobby existed for a particular time period, for a particular mind state of people, and you can say his apprentice, Brother Panic, was for another time frame, for another particular people, for a particular mind state, and now it keeps being more and more refined, or it's getting lighter and lighter. Not taken away from Panic or Bobby, everything has this vibratory pattern. They are Sephiroth on the tree.
Uh-oh.
You know what I'm saying? Though they're realms that you can stay in the realm of Bobby, or you can stay in the realm of Brother Panic, or you can, as Maestro, as you just said, or you can deal with both, because those are two Sephiroths together right now. Or you can take what they've educated you on, expand and research and do your own. Now look at where we're at right now. And this should be a process to keep going, because just because we're reading these books don't mean that we have it together and we don't have to do nothing else. This is until we're not here no more. This is forever. Because it'd be easy to fall right back into the same bullshit that we all did before. You know?
Beautiful. Man. Moldbox, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Again, if you guys are just joining, go ahead and hit the like button, because as I say every time, and I will continue to say, it helps the algorithm know that my content is worth watching. And also, if you are interested in joining my class and getting some one-on-one training about how to actually utilize these principles, how to develop a connection with your higher self, right? The framework of what meditations to do, what daily meditation, and to go through a process of step by step, so that you don't feel overwhelmed, so you don't feel lost, so you're not wasting a bunch of money on books that you don't even know is any good or if you'll even read. If you just want a clear-cut, concise pathway to go through, contact me. My email address is pinned in the chat. travismage777@gmail.com, or hit me up on Instagram. We can have a discussion to see if it's right for you. If not, all good. But if it's something that you do want to move forward with, hit me up, because we're going to get started in February. And like I said before, I'm not sure if I'll be holding it again, at least like this, because we're getting into some much deeper stuff as we go along. And, I kind of have to evolve with my studies. So get in now if you feel like you're ready to move forward.
You know something I thought about earlier, Trav? Something might be good is to develop, some people know they want to change their diet. They might not know exactly what to start eating differently. You know what I mean? So that might be like, I don't know if you're already doing that on, with your, individual counseling and stuff like that, but more of, getting more into Ayurvedic diets and stuff like that, because as we know, the food affects your gunas.
I'm into that, and so is Veronica.
Huh?
I mean, I'm sure Trav is into it too, but like Veronica and I are both into the Ayurvedic stuff, I know.
Yeah.
And like the Chinese medicine and nutrition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's good. Yeah. So
like, not to throw shade to Trav, I'm sure he does too. Oh, sorry,
He naturally does that, man.
But I'm just saying.
No, it's good. See, this is what one of my visions is to accumulate a couple of people who are have more expertise in a particular field. Sure, we're all learning all these things, but when you have certain individuals who are more specialized in a specific area, now we can kind of spread out and maximize how we can deliver this light. You know what I'm saying? I'd love to make a team of people, somebody who is skilled in diet, somebody who's skilled in, I don't know, say hypnosis, someone who is skilled in working with Kabbalah, somebody who's skilled in working with, like, I'd love to gather just a team of people so that this could really, make sense. That's my vision for the future. But
this is going to be, I know this is live and all, but I'm just going to put my resume up there. I'm developing a cookbook right now and deal with elements and stuff and the cooking. So, Veronica and I, we can help. I'm enlisting Veronica.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Because she and I are on this shit, man. We're kind of obsessed.
See, that's
So-
real, man. People need real life shit. They don't, nobody just, not just some fanciness, you know what I'm saying? They like, yo, that's even myself. Sometimes, I eat good, but then I don't really eat good. I'm back and forth. Sometimes I don't always eat good. You know what I'm saying? Like right now I'm all stuffy and you know what I'm saying? My nose is all stuffed up. The weather in Florida then took a turn. It's cold, 41 degrees outside right now. My daughters was all coughing and everything. So I had to now slow down on the heavy food. Bunch of green tea, honey, and garlic and all kind of stuff like that to loosen it up. So if a person don't really know, some people don't know how to eat right. It's not to attack anybody, like we just don't know because we've all been living a particular lifestyle based off of a lifestyle that we've been given from our families, or even just we chose to eat. Like there's a lot of people right now who may be studying this information, still eating Zaxby's and Chick-fil-A, and you know what I mean? We can say it might not be nothing wrong with that, but at the same time, we know sometimes that shit is heavy and it can mess with your mind when you're trying to be, like we said, more of a sattvic nature. That stuff sits heavy in your stomach. It take a lot of focus. Your body focuses on digestion. So if you're eating heavy food, it's going to take about 12, 16 hours of prana. Because people don't know there's different pranas. Prana is a part of your digestive eating process. So if your body is focused on digesting 3-4 hamburgers that you did ate at your uncle's barbecue, you know what I'm saying? There is no meditation tonight.
No.
Well, and again, though, this is where I'm going to throw in the elementals, though. Again, this is where Ayurvedic comes and Chinese medicine comes so hand in hand with looking at your diet. Because if you're naturally attracted to heavier, denser foods, you might have a lot of earth acting as a dominant trait within you. And so you don't just look at your food, but you look at how you're relating that to other aspects of your life, and then you balance it out. It's not necessarily that heavy food is a bad thing. It's just that there's a time and a place for it, and you want to maintain a balance, because your diet is the same as your mind, right? It's what generates your body so it can move and function in this realm. And I think that most people are aware that, food is a ritual, but we're not quite sure of our relationship with it. And I myself have been like really messing with it. Like, this past year, I got deep into the fasting thing because I was like, how much do I really need food? And what I realized was that I actually was with that time, with those experiments, they were great, but I was also in an abundance of air. Air is very light. And I tend, when I allow my air constitution to get the better of me, I get real flighty and distracted. And then I go into these extremes that correlate with air element. So I had to balance that out with some other stuff, right? With some other of my own combinations. And that includes flavors of things. You're going to naturally, I'm naturally into sweets. I love sweet foods, like sweet and salty, but I love sweets. Well, that's a very pitta kind of an air quality kind of thing. So, when you start looking into the elements and how they play a part within your own digestive tract and your cravings, you can become more aware of what is playing out in your constitution at that moment and balance that out with your diet, which then also balances that out with everything else that's going on in your life. So I recommend like checking out the elementals again and just seeing like how those are playing a part in your diet choices, because what you're making, what your mind is choosing to adhere to is not necessarily all just programmed from your family. A lot of it is, sure, right? Because we go with what's familiar, but there's also an inner constitution lying there that makes us maybe attracted to more to one food than the other. We want to explore that. I really love coffee, but it's very bitter and it fucks with my vata, with my fire element. It really fucks with that. And so it can irritate me. And I notice that I drink more of it when I'm stressed. And it doesn't sit well with me. So when I'm going through a stressful time, I make sure that I balance that out with black teas instead, or green teas, things that are going to be a lot more soothing, because that's me changing my environment. So then I can be more focused and relaxed as I'm transitioning. So there's just like a lot of, so your diet is like super important because it's part of the whole ritual of living that I think we kind of separate and forget.
That's deep, man. I like pungent foods. I like sauces and I don't necessarily want to say salty food, but like I just say pungent, flavorful type of food like that. But I'll eat heavy food. You know what I'm saying? So that's good what you said, because at one point I was reading this really reading the Ayurvedic books and stuff like that, and it was mentioning about the vata and pitta and kapha, you know what I mean? And I started thinking.
And I think, Shango, you got a lot of kapha and vata going on. I think you have a lot of earth and fire in you, which is awesome. So that's the other thing too. Like, it's good to have heavy foods, but also keep in mind if the seasons change. When seasons change, that's when you might want to lighten up and incorporate more foods that are lighter in energy, but still can remain dense, like eating melons or certain foods that are mostly water, but that can fill you up the same way that maybe, like the heavier foods will. So it's just like really finding out your balance and doing research into that.
That's really good.
I personally don't follow the list. Again, another air element thing of mine, I go in between extremes. You know, I really like to explore that. Like I go all in, and then I go all the way out, and and then I try to figure it all out, and I just bounce back and forth a whole lot. And
Yeah.
I have the list of stuff in the Ayurvedic, which I really do like, and I find that I can resonate naturally with a lot of this stuff, but I also don't recommend being so strict with the list. It's
Yeah.
all about tuning in, because Chinese medicine too is a real fucking thing, and it really, really helps you out. So it's finding your balance within that. Using these guides as references, but then you constantly checking in with yourself and seeing what works. So like, don't give yourself shit if you're like, according to the Ayurvedic stuff, right? I'm not supposed to be eating as much bananas, but I love bananas. So
Yeah.
like,
Don't we
I am
love
not
the
gonna
stuff
give up
that
on
we're
that.
not supposed to eat all the time, man?
Like Thomas.
Right. And like, that's the thing, right? That's the way how I interpret it, is that it's not that I'm not ever supposed to eat bananas again, is that I'm not supposed to be eating all the time. Like, so as long as I can maintain moderation and be able to check in with myself consistently, because the other thing too is that us as elemental beings, having this always be an influence, we may switch dominant elements throughout our life according to our emotional and behavioral patterns.
Yes.
So that means our diets will change too accordingly. So it's really just being in tune with that and being able to come up with a plan, not a plan, but a way of living that works with your own constitution, with whatever you're going through at that time.
Man, that makes sense. That was really, really well said right there. That's like you say, you like strong coffee. I like coffee, but I like decaf coffee, but I like it to have the strongness. Like when I drink tea, I let the tea bag sit longer so I can drink the more pungent, like I said, that stronger tasting tea. So that's the kind of stuff that I like. I like strong, like, just a strong flavor. But once you get into like an Indian, even like you said, the the Asian diets and the Indian diets, they have a lot of different seasonings and a lot of, that's one thing about the Western grocery stores. They're limited to a lot of the stuff you have. You gotta find like these secrets. How many Indian people do you really, really see shopping in the regular grocery stores? How many Chinese people or Asian people do you really, really see walking around? You don't see them. They got their own stores that they go to. You know what I'm saying?
You know where I see them the most if they are in a regular store? In the produce section where I'm at, because that's pretty much the only service that those regular grocery stores provide if you're trying to eat healthy, is the produce section. Getting your fruits and vegetables. The spices are not shit. Like, you got to go to those import stores to get like the really good spices. Yeah, I agree. And most of those cookings, most of that stuff, the way how they cook too is just so simple. It's so simple and it's very, very satisfying. But again, it depends on your constitution and also your attachment to food. It's looking at where you are. Like you were saying, Shango, like, you got to look at how you were raised. If you were raised off of fast food, it's going to be harder for you. I'm not going to say this for everyone because, it's not okay for me to be making assumptions, but typically there is a palette that you are used to that you're going to automatically branch to, and it's going to be, so it's more of a difficult road for you to connect to your emotions with it, because fast food specifically has certain chemicals within it that make it addictive, but the taste itself is bland. So you're not even, your palate is not accustomed to flavor and to the emotional effects of that flavor. So your connection to the elementals may be a little bit, it may take some time of you just tasting different foods for you to start gaining a connection.
That is, that's good. That's really good right there.
Like I did that with the kids in the group home. Oh my God. It was so great. It was like Iron Chef. I literally, part of their behavioral pattern that are part of the way of getting them out of like their violent mode was getting them to cook. And we used to have like Iron Chef. And I'd be like, all right, today you're making a curry. And they'd be like, what's that? You know, and the whole time they'd be trying to like throw up or, you know, like they would be doing all types of dramatic shit. And then they would eat it and they'd be like, oh my God, it's so good. I'd be like, I know, right? But like they couldn't, but it just took so much time of being able to like get them to like try what garlic tastes like. You know, how does that feel to you? That kind of stuff. And then they were able
garlic,
to,
man.
yeah.
That's
So
just like a lot of people were having a hard time when they were all going through their Dr. Sabi craze, and he put out
that
that
was
list.
me.
He put the
Oh,
list
that
out,
was me.
and he was saying, excuse me, he was saying that garlic was bad, broccoli was bad, cauliflower. Everybody was like, yo, we can't eat garlic, we can't eat cauliflower, we can't eat broccoli. I'm like, yo, man, you gotta find your own balance in the stuff that you eat. To me, garlic is very healthy. I notice how my body reacts to garlic. You know what I mean? I drink some green tea with lemon and I'll eat some garlic. That right there is like taking medicine to me.
Yeah. I mean, my roommate, he's still alkaline. Like he's very like, we went through to Dr. Sebi Craves and I got sick from it. I got very sick. It was not a good match for my but for him, it served him very well. And so he's still able living that lifestyle and he's very happy on it. It works for him, but he also was already doing it. See, and this is the thing too, where you got to check what are you already doing? Because there's something within that that's already what you've been supposed to have been doing. Not saying that you're supposed to be eating all the sodium or the crazy shit like that, but there is some type of craving or something that you normally are eating that's actually probably something that your body or that your constitution is calling for. Now it's just refining it. But yeah,
or something, right?
Yeah, like I eat garlic and all that kind of stuff. I do think that we need to get back into gardening, that people need to start growing their own herbs at least, because there is a difference between live food and the food we get from the stores, especially in the United States. Every time I go outside of the country, the food is always better. And it's because they do not put so much shit in the food that our country does. Yeah. Like, it's terrible. So if you can have your own garden, even if it's just like a couple of herbs, you know, it makes such a big difference. Because there's like amazing healing miracles from that kind of stuff for sure. But you're not really going to get the same benefit if you keep buying it from cheapo grocery stores for sure.
Yeah.
Check it out. Straight Panther in the chat recommends getting the book Eat Right for Your Blood Type. I just chat there if you're interested. It also says reach out to Dr.
Yeah,
Ali.
that's for your type of bloods. If you're type A, type B, type O, so type A, you're not allowed to eat meat. Type O, you cannot eat without eating meat. So you need to eat meat. Type 8, we cannot because it gets us real bloated in the stomach and it's very difficult for us to digest. So the book based in like your type of blood and how the metabolism based on your blood can break down the compounds of certain ingredients.
Hey, Hakate, do you know like the correlations, like the specific correlations between the doshas and the blood types?
The differences between what? Blood type and
or
what
the
else?
correlations between the doshas and the blood type?
No, I'm not aware of that one, no.
I feel like there's something there and it hasn't really been explored yet.
It has not.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Maybe you want to maybe it needs more studies or maybe the studies have not been published yet completely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That'd be something good to research, honestly.
Yeah, big time.
It would be extremely similar to what we're doing. Say, for example, if we look at Tatwashuti and Samkhya Darshan, we see a tree. Then we also look in the West and we see a tree of life. Though they're slightly different, they're also similar. I think we'll also find that if we start researching the doshas and the blood types, we'll see similarities, but we'll probably see differences because of the culture.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's like taking a very westernized viewpoint, but then with like science and then putting it with the Vedas.
Right.
And seeing, which would be, yeah, I'm gonna actually look into that. I never did the eat right for your blood type thing because I would try like Western diets or the science diet and all that kind of stuff, and I just could never stick to it. It was just too rigid. But I would be curious to to studying about that, especially with the blood type thing, and just kind of see if there's any type of relationship there. Yeah, that would be curious. I would be curious too to see how the elements play into that as well. Like if it plays into the anagram of personalities, eating for your blood type, if there's some type of correlation there.
Alora, you have that in the Eastern medicine. You have books in there that correlates the emotions, a personality type, emotion type, deficiencies and excess type. See if you're going through that to school. Like, how you have blood deficiency, how you have chi deficiency, that you're getting into the pathways of the energies, because I assuming that's what you're learning at school right now. So if you have a specific deficiency in a specific channel, they give you a specific type of nutrition. What foods can you eat during that time? So let's say if you have phlegm inflammation, right? Phlegm inflammation for Chinese is what we call it dam. Dam, phlegm heat, phlegm cold, dam heat, dam cold, dam cold. And these type of people means people that they tend to eat healthy, but they cannot lose the weight, right? They vegetarians, vegans, but they cannot lose weight, right? So in the Westerns means the metabolism is very sluggish, very slow. They cannot release fluids out of the body. The kidneys are not functioning properly. Maybe the pancreas is not functioning properly and stuff like that, right? So it requires labs for the Western medicine to say, this is what happened to you in the Western terms. But now if you go into our medicine, our Eastern terms, it means that you are having some kind of deficiency, some kind of stagnation, or something that it's not working in your channels, right? Or energy path channel energies, where they're not connecting with the sisterhood, which could say the heart, because heart can release. Heart is element of fire. It cannot release heat into the body in order for you to move all the fluids out of the body. So that means a form of stagnation. So because you eating, even if you're eating healthy, you cannot lose the weight. Leukemia is one of those samples, right? So leukemia people, a lot of the patients that say, the doctor told me not to drink water. And I say, why did the doctor tell you not to drink water? You need to drink water for your kidneys. Well, they say not to because it keeps accumulating. Not precisely. You still need to drink water because you need to treat your kidneys. You're harming your kidneys. It has not, well, I wouldn't say because I'm not a Western doctor, but I'm an Eastern practitioner. So I can see why they say that. But in the Eastern perspective, you just don't want to lock the patient of water. Kidneys live with water. So what you want to do is to switch the form of foods. So if this patient does not release all those fluids out of the system, we're going to increase some form of foods that is going to give the patient a form of heat internally in the body. So if you talk to me about what kind of foods, I would tell you the spicy foods. What does the spicy foods do? Right? It burns your mouth, right? It gets fire, right? I mean, smoking and heat in here. That's just one sample of the type of foods that you can give. Now, I don't say drink the whole bottle of spicy stuff on you, but you wanted to incorporate, you want to do your research and find out what type of foods can help you out to be able to balance the fluids out of your system. So stuff like that, you can find it. It's not precisely to stop the water.
Yeah, and that's it, right? Like, and that's what they use in and that's how they read your face too. They'll be like, you know, okay, like you're having these issues with your water element, you know,
Right.
which is all of your bodily fluids.
Right.
So it's time to practice just being, or stillness practice, or more meditation, or things that put you within a moment so you can regenerate your water element. So like all of what Veronica mentioned, right? She literally just laid out a process of utilizing the elements in a specific pattern to balance out your constitution.
Yeah.
Food
Exactly.
is the alchemical equation. You just got to know how to create effective combinations.
Mm-hmm. And the seasonal too. This is why people choose in the winter, they choose apples. I think you guys, there's a lot of apples during the winter. There is also cinnamon. Cinnamons and apples. I think people mix those up a lot when they buy the candles or they buy the teas. There's cinnamon with ginger. There's cinnamon with black cloves. There's cinnamon with whatever else. Those are forms of warming type of ingredients that you can have it into your system. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to go and buy 5 bags of cinnamon and put the whole 5 bags in the hot water. That's not how it works. In excess, is going to increase your blood pressure. Because a lot of people does crazy stuff. And the mistake of a lot of practitioners is, oh, go get yourself some cinnamon, which I noticed that. So client doesn't know how much milligrams or how much grams of cinnamons you have to put. In fact, you want to put like 1 leaf as maximum for the organics. 1 leaf is enough for you to drink. 1 leaf is enough for you to have the benefits. But people think the more, the better. And then when they go, they drink all these bags of cinnamon in a high quantities, thinking that the more, the better. And this is when they ended up going to hospitals, because in the hospitals, they come as an emergency because they have high blood pressure. And then they say, well, somebody told me to drink cinnamon. Well, cinnamon, it's heat, okay? Heat are things to be active more faster when you drink heat into the system. So when you have accumulation of dampness or flame into your body, that heat releases that out of your body. But if you are a person who already has heat, this is not your best friend. You have to do the opposite. You have to do plant-based, which nourish and cooling your system. So everything is in balance. And when you want to get this stuff, you need to make sure that somebody who has licenses. You don't want to go for somebody who just tell you, I have crazy people, man. I swear to God, I have crazy people. 2 days ago, one guy come and tell me, 30-year-old male tells me, what can you do with my face? And I'm like, what do you mean? My face is bigger than my body. I'm like, what do you mean? People sees me bigger. My face is so big and my body is small. I'm like, I don't see anything wrong. You trying to tell me that your skull is maybe a little bit more wider, your chin is a little bit more wider. What is the part that you're trying to get from these people? I'm not going to tell him, yeah, your face is a little bigger than your body, dude. Like, what are we gonna do? Like, seriously,
You should tell him he'll be a very successful businessman.
Oh my God. This one was amazing, this guy. Like he asked me how much education I have, how much credits I have, where he can go and learn it. Because I think he has more interest in doing a clinic more than actually taking care of his situation, his mind, because it's all in his head. It's not really that he has a problem in his face. Obviously his face is narrow compared to his body, but people's minds is quite interesting. So, but yeah, but at the end of the day, heat, right? You have to, from the flame of water, you have to use heat. And from the heat, if it's too much heat, then you're going to have to use some nourishing, some water to balance things out.
Yeah. I just want to put out to everyone that I don't have a license in nutrition. I'm just a dork about it. But I want to read this part. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. Always. Yeah. So I have this book called The Yoga of Herbs, and what we've been talking about, especially when relating to the elements and stuff, I think this passage here is a really good illustration of what we're talking about. Not to say that the examples that we've been given are not good, but this kind of just breaks it down a little further. So it says Prakriti consists of three basic qualities, right? Called the gunas. Sattva, the principle of light, perception, intelligence, and harmony. Rajas, the principle of energy, activity, emotion, and turbulence. And tamas, the principle of inertia, darkness, dullness, and resistance. While each of these three qualities is necessary in nature, sattva is the proper quality of the mind. Rajas and tamas in the mind become impurities that weaken our power of perception. Individuals in whom sattva predominates give value to truth, honesty, humility, and the good of all. Those in whom rajas is strongest value is power, prestige, authority, and control. Those dominated by tamas remain trapped in fear, servility, ignorance, and the forces of decay. Hence, it is important to follow a lifestyle that is predominantly sattva. As these three qualities exist in all nature, it is important to use foods and herbs that are primarily sattvic in nature. In this light, Ayurvedic classifies medicine according to the three gunas. This does not mean that herbs of rajasic or tamasic nature should not be used, as sattva is always the balance of rajas and tamas. Rajasic herbs may be taken to correct tamasic conditions or vice versa. But sattvic herbs have value in themselves for promoting the development of the mind. From the three gunas arise the five elements. So this is all of what Veronica was just talking about. From sattva, consisting of clarity, comes the element ether. From rajas, consisting of energy, comes fire. From tamas, consisting of inertia, comes earth. Between sattva and rajas arises the subtle but mobile element air. And between rajas and tamas arises water, combining mobility with inertia. These elements are the five states of matter: solid, liquid, radiant, gaseous, and ethereal. They delineate the five densities of all substances, all visible or invisible matter in the universe. They have psychological correspondences that indicate states of mind and qualities of emotion. The five parts of plants in Ayurveda show how plant structure is related to the five elements. The root corresponds to earth, as the densest and lowest part is connected to the earth. The stem and the branches correspond to water, as they convey the water or sap of the plant. The flowers correspond to fire, which manifests light and color. The leaves correspond to air, since through them the wind moves through the plant. The fruit corresponds to ether, the subtle essence of the plant. The seed contains all five elements, containing the entire potential plant within itself. So when you break down even just a plant, right? When you take broccoli, what are you eating? You're eating the flower, right? You're eating the broccoli, you're eating the fruit that comes from it, right? So that corresponds with the fire. Let's see, the fire and then the ether of the plant, right? And then there's the stem. So you're also combining water element. So within the plant itself, you have all of these elements that are already combined as the plant is growing, that you're putting into your body. So when you're balancing out your water element, it's important to look at what part of the plant you're also eating, because you're eating the constitution of a certain element. So that's how you can also determine whether a plant is going to be sattvic or not, or what you're putting into your body specifically. So anyway, I wanted to add that because I mean, it just kind of adds to oh yeah, like we take herbs, right, which are leaves and stuff like that. What element is that? When we eat root vegetables, we're eating earth quality, the heavy foods, right? So this is kind of how you can get into like what constitution you're naturally at, or what you're naturally attracted to, and what you've been inputting in your body.
Yeah. That's real good. That's good information right there. Just don't call yourself a dork anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Because a dork means a male whale genitalia.
Oh,
What the hell?
That's what they call.
Oh my God.
So a whale.
Have I just been calling myself a whale penis?
A whale penis is called a dork.
yeah. Make sure you stay out of the abyss. That's all.
No more.
I'm not going to the abyss as a dork. That's not. Thank you, Shango. You just wow.
I learned something today. My God.
I can't tell you how many years I've been calling myself a whale penis.
No.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's so bad.
I was dying over here inside when you said it. I said, "Dad, she should call herself a dork."
Does nerd have anything terrible? Is like
No.
nerd a whale vagina, or am I cool?
You know,
I don't want to be calling
we
myself.
can call us as nerds, geek. You know what I'm
All
saying?
right. All right. We're nerds. Not licensed. I'm just a whale penis.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's hilarious, man.
Yeah, but you learning that. So technically you can say stuff like this. It's not that you can say stuff. Now she's talking about Eastern medicine, guys. She's not talking about Western nutrition.
Yeah.
Neither me or her can talk about Western nutrition. I cannot tell you have yourself certain amount of proteins, have yourself certain amount of fibers, although we learn that at school, because we do, okay, we are crossing the scope of practice to somebody else. But in our Eastern medicine, she and I, we can talk about it, right? She can talk about it. She can go and say, this is the elements, and this is the type of foods you can get through these elements, because we study that.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's no limitation for you to say anything like that. I mean, I can talk about it too, because I mean, seriously, right? I studied for 5 years, and mostly she's been studying as well. So yes, we are based in Eastern medicine is based on the elements, just fire, water, earth, right? And what is the other one? Fire, water, earth. Us is
fire,
wood.
water, air, earth, and
whale.
Ether. Whoa, brain. I got stuck on whale penis for a second.
So you see, for Easterns, for Easterns is it's we call it fen, which is the heart, is the kidney, it's the liver, it's the liver is the wood. That's the other one, lung, right? So we have lung, we have the large intestine, the small intestine, and we have all those channels, they have a specific type of foods. Basically, the food, at the end of the day, food helps to tonify the deficiencies, and food helps to reduce excess of whatever situation you have in your channels. That's at the end of the day, that's how Eastern medicine works. Excess deficiency, either you reduce or you tonify. And that's exactly what Laura was saying. Reduce, tonify, reduce, tonify. Whatever element is higher, you lower it. It doesn't mean that you lower it. It means that from whatever level you have it, you're going to lower it into the level that it needs to be at. So this is yin, this is yang. If yang is too higher, you're gonna lower it at the level that it needs to be. If this is the yin is too high, then you're going to lower it at the level that it needs to be. So some people misinterpret it. Oh, you're going to lower it. Now you're going to lower, but you balance it out what it needs to be.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's like when you balance your food, right? It's the same thing as you balancing your emotional harmony.
Yeah.
I mean, they say that what our stomach, our gut, right, is like our second brain.
That's
because
not surprise. That's been in the Eastern medicine for a very long time. So when these people start saying we discover, not really, it has not. That's what we call in Eastern medicine the middle jiao. We call it the middle jiao, the upper, middle, and lower jiao, which is like additional form of path of energies, right? It's not new for us. So when these people, they come and say, we discovered that that's connected, it's like, okay, what do you discover?
Right, like maybe you discovered it after you read about it.
We knew for a very long time, the mental, the mind, and the stomach, they're all connected, even in the Eastern pathways. If I can show you guys the paths of Chinese medicine is perfect. Like I'm talking about perfection. 360 trigger points, it's not enough. That's just the introduction. It's just the introduction. And for us, we have to learn all those 360 points, indications and functions. But that for us, when we're talking about the God connected with the heart and all that, with the head, yes, it is, because we have one path, a channel that connects from your stomach all the way down to the top. That's what we call the Ren channel. I don't know if you probably see it, Laura, in your books. The Ren channel is connected from the stomach to the top. It's just, yeah. All right, let me just shut up. That's what I'm going to do.
No, we're like totally branched off of the Pravritti and Nivritti book, but
right, but it's related.
It is related,
names, but it's related. It's different names, guys, but it's related.
Yeah, it is. You know, that's where they say purify the system. Like you really can't be doing this kind of work, having a shit diet, because your concentration won't be there. Your focus won't be there. You're not nourishing the vehicle of the mind, so, and of the soul. So you have to nourish the vehicle.
Hey, Melissa, are you still with us?
Hey.
Okay. So, haven't heard you for quite some time. How are you doing so far?
No, I'm actually just listening. I was actually gonna give my 2 cents in, but I wanted you guys to finish it.
Gotta jump in, man.
So it's pretty interesting that you guys are talking about this, because just back in like 2017, I became vegan, and I did it for a year and 4 months, and I knew why I did it, although there was obviously the influence of, like, you know, vegan, and like I also watched the documentary that turned a lot of people as well. What is it? What the Health? And yeah. So it was an interesting ride, because I got to know my body more. I had a real big addiction on cheese, and that was affecting like my skin. And as soon as that I kicked that habit, a lot of my problems went away. But after like the 6th, 7th month, I realized that I'm a real petite girl. And I noticed that I just wasn't I don't know, I felt like I wasn't nourishing enough. And I'm the type of person that, like, the reason why I went vegan was because I really saw these like vegetables and fruits as something that can heal you, right? So I didn't care for like the fake meats and like the Beyond Burgers, like no shame in that for anybody, but for me, I just didn't understand that because I knew that processed foods was something that was a big part of my life, my upbringing, and I didn't want to, I didn't want that to be what would happen here, like through my like experimental phase with veganism. And I'm a real big researcher. I love to research. I'm a like read the fine prints, read like law, like I love all that stuff. So I came across this one doctor who actually got her license taken away. She's from New York. Back in 1990s, she started her own practice, and she realized that even with her own practice, she had a boss, and that boss was a pharmaceutical representative. And so that pharmaceutical representative basically saw that she was giving her patients the options on not taking pills or on not taking medicines or whatever. So what ended up happening was she saw that that she couldn't really get away from this. They had her like tallied up, like as in like, okay, like all of your patients are not being hospitalized. Why? This was a real thing. So her biggest thing was she healed somebody from diabetes, a young man in his like early 20s. And then the state of New York sued her. Now, this is all public info here, right? So I made sure, to do my research on that as well. And then I realized that she won the case. She's quite like a wizard. I mean, she got her family doctor degree and then her MBA at the same time. Like she's a really focused lady. And for her 26 years of her starting her practice, she was a vegan. And so her head was blown when she realized that the medical industrial complex was basically in the business of keeping people, in a crutch. It wasn't meant for you to like heal or whatever. And she saw that. So when the state of New York sued her, she had a lot of like real like great people, great lawyers behind her, and she actually won the case. Now, that wasn't enough. The actual like state of New York told her to either resign or they're going to take her license away. And that was because she did this. So she has like a real epic story. She had to like leave the country because she was blacklisted. And this lady, like after 26 years, she gave the story about how she was a vegan for 26 years. And one day she couldn't get up from bed. And she was thinking about what is it that, I used to eat as a little girl that had me full of energy. Like there has to be something. And she tried eggs. She tried like chicken again. And it was organ meats that really gave her that boost. Right. So yeah, that sounds like really like, but this actually transformed her way of thinking because it actually helped her bring a balance of like the vegetable diet with organ meats and like connective tissues, like it's gonna sound crazy, but like chicken feet and a lot of these things that actually like other cultures still eat to this day. Mm-hmm. And yeah, so I was like, okay, like I'm gonna try this out because I'm only experimenting with my body and like I trust my body. So I did exactly what she did. And a lot of the more problems that I had that wasn't being solved with like just herbal remedies and like I tried it all. Like I'm like a huge like amateur scientist, like my own. So that really changed the game for me and my body. But I realized that the reason why that changed the game for me was because I'm a 90s. I was born in 1990. So my whole life was processed foods, chicken tenders, like I already had like a malnourished diet, you know? So I realized that these foods were bringing me extra like minerals and vitamins. And I saw a whole bunch of growth. Like I was able to gain healthy weight. Like even when I was at the gym being a vegan, there was a plateau that I hit. And a lot of these things are, a lot of people experience and a lot of people don't. I mean, it's just how you lived your life. And that really made a difference, like the best difference in my current situation now. So yeah, like even like like thinking better, and it's not really all I eat. Like I mostly eat vegetables and fruits as well. But yeah, the organ meats and like what like my ancestors would eat. I'm Caribbean as well, so this wasn't anything foreign. Like my parents used to eat liver, used to eat kidneys, used to eat like chicken feet soup, and all these cultures have this anyway, and it brought it full circle. And I was just really like thankful that she came at that time that I really needed it. It's kind of like what Shango was saying about you being that guru for us. It comes at the right time. So
Now that you mentioned that, you remind me, my grandmother, she wanted me to eat brain. You know, the cow brain, and like in my country, they use the cow brains, dude. Like, yo, she got chancleta, she grabbed my hair up. I will not open my mouth, man. And I'm vegetarian. I'm not vegan, but I'm vegetarian. And since I was little, I wanted to have like my plant base. And yes, I did eat meats and stuff, and I don't see anything wrong with that. But when they trying to get into something that you don't want, dude, hell no.
yeah.
Like she tried to marinate that with pepper, tomato, onion.
That's gonna make it all right.
Oh my God, adobo,
Marinated it, okay?
name it. Mix it in the rice and the soup. I would know the taste of that thing, and I can smell it, and I would know it, and I would not eat it.
Yeah.
She cut my hair and everything. I would not eat it.
I remember like being younger, and like my parents are the immigrants. So my grandmother would come from the islands, and she would like make pretend that liver was like a beef steak, and we would look at it like it is. And as soon as we take that first bite,
He's like, no.
no way.
But yo, they know that though. That's why they put collagen in lotion and certain things
Exactly.
for your nails and stuff like that. I knew this dude some years ago. He was big into eating organ meat. What he used to do was he had this machine, and he would what they call like dehydrated, it's like that, and he would blend it into powder. He didn't even eat food. He would make everything into like a drink, and he would drink it. And he was like, when people like when their joints be hurting and stuff like that,
Right.
you're supposed to eat cartilage from the
Exactly.
end, the cartilage. And he said that's by studying like Native American literature and stuff. That's what they would feed warriors and stuff. That's why they would eat like certain African warriors. They didn't just hunt lions just because. They would hunt it and eat the lion heart. The king would eat the lion heart because the certain enzymes in it would like do something to them and stuff like that. So that's like some really ancient dietary information right there. Eating chicken feet, and even when people who eat liver, they know that's what is the liver. The liver has it's a lot of iron content.
So much
inside of liver. So it has it has a basis. That's why like we say about the like vegetarian and vegan, everybody wasn't necessary a vegetarian or vegan based off of like a particular class system that you belong to within your culture. Like we know that when you deal with the Indian culture, the kshatris and stuff like the warrior class, they ate meat. But certain regular people, they didn't eat meat. But warriors would eat the meat because they needed that extra protein and stuff like that. So that makes perfect sense. Even some coaches drink blood straight from the cow.
Yeah, blood
Like
cakes. They call them
they
blood
will
cakes in like
they
Asian
freaking
cultures.
pierce the cow in the artery of the neck and drink the blood straight from the cow, even the urine, because it has minerals. Micronutrients are in cow urine, and they would drink it.
Hey, I gotta add something to that. I'm sorry to cut in.
No, you're good,
Shango, but I gotta add just real quick, and then you can continue on. So those you're talking about the Maasai people, right?
Yeah.
Dude, they're eating the water element. Where do they live? Out in the desert.
They live in the
They're
desert.
balancing it out with the water element.
Yeah.
Like
there's your
Okay, so
that's
are you
what
saying-
food is.
Are you saying that we should take into account who we are and what we are and identify what we don't have and then use that in reference to balancing ourselves? In other words, maybe it's not like, oh, you must be vegan or else you're a sinner, or, oh, you got to eat meat or else you're not natural. Maybe it's better to take into account who you are, what you got going on, and eat to live, eat to balance, eat to harmonize.
Exactly.
And that's what Elijah Muhammad said. That's why he wrote the book. Eat
And
to
not
live.
judge people, not judge people because they eat meat, not judge
Right.
people because they don't eat meat, but look at yourself and only yourself and do the
Yeah.
right thing. And if you see somebody, making bad decisions, like maybe eat McDonald's every day, obviously that's not in nobody's health regimen, but we should worry more about ourselves instead of what other people are doing, right?
Exactly.
I do think though that we also need to think about the karmic element of it too, though. Like a lot of the times people get their meat from places that are slaughterhouses where the animals are treated with suffering. And I do firmly believe that you do inherit the suffering of that animal that if it suffered while it was alive. So I do think that if you are going to be eating meat, like this is something my mom instilled in me because she still eats meat, but she goes to like farmers markets or places where there's and she's very particular about where she gets her meat because that was instilled within me. And I do believe this, that like that karmic element there of the suffering of the animal does carry through when you input it in your body, because you're taking this and you're incorporating it into your energetic realm. So where did this thing come from? What was the life that it lived? And I think that with our plants, we need to be careful with that, and especially with our meat. So like, I do think that there is a karmic element there when eating meat that like you should really maybe consider being particular about where you get your meat from.
Yeah, that's like right here in Florida. I get a lot of meat from local, like from the cows that just you can see them living in the field. There's like real butchers that they don't, like you said, you go to these like big industrial butchers. Those cows die in stress. You can see it in their eyes. That when you see the cow on the truck and you look at them, you drive by and you look, the cow eyes be wide. It looks like a kid, like a wide open, scared kid. But this guy told me that when they kill the cows and stuff here, the cows don't even know. Like they die. It's basically like if you're like in Islam, you have haram and you have halal. Halal means lawful. That's like in the Jewish culture. They don't eat anything that's the same as Muslims. They don't eat haram. They don't eat pigs. They don't eat ducks and certain type of stuff like that. Their meat is killed they don't stress them out, because what happens is when you kill an animal, like Alora said, they release adrenaline and cortisone through their bloodstream, and that goes into the meat. So as she said, a lot of people's behavior comes from the eating of the meat, and then when you cook it, it becomes carcinogenic. These chemicals inside the meat. But like I said, you have local people who are like here. I can speak for Florida. These people are like farmers, like coming from 5th and 6th generation of farmers that the cows are out there, and they all they do is eat grass and walk around all day long. And then if you eat goats, they got them walking around, real chickens, free. Like I had 6 hens at one time down here, and I used to get the eggs every morning. Those eggs are totally different than the eggs you get in the grocery store. I had blue eggs, spotted looking eggs. It was crazy. The eggs, the yellow yolk was different than the regular. It's not even the same eggs as the grocery store. So, Lord, you absolutely correct, man. Anything killed in stress is as they call in Islam, it's haram. It's unlawful to eat that type of stuff. Like these people down here eating alligator and all kind of. You're not supposed to eat stuff like that. I mean, I understand if it was like if you come from the bayou or because there's people that's their culture. They live out there in these rural areas, and that's just what they eat because saying that people have been living out there since the 1800s. So I'm not knocking that, but I'm not gonna go out there consciously. I don't care if I do live in Florida. I'm not rocking with eating fried alligator nuggets. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? So it's really like you really got to do your research, like the Lord said, on the food that you eat, because people are eating like a lot of that meat that's in the grocery store. They have a chemical. They put carbon dioxide on that stuff because that's what keeps it red. You know what I'm saying? While it's sitting on the shelf, because other than what happens if you was to go kill, what happens to those animals that are hit by cars? They start to what? Start to rot. So why isn't the meat in the grocery store not rotting? Because it's sitting on cold? No, because they spray it with carbon dioxide and stuff like that to keep it so it can have a longer shelf life. So we got to be careful really what we're putting. It's really about being conscious. It's really about educating yourself. And like Melissa said, man, you like she said, you got to really do your research. You really got to you got to be a science. You got to be a scientist. You got to sometimes experiment. You do have to experiment with yourself. You got to know what works for you as an individual, because what works for you as an individual may not work for your brother. It may not work for your sister. It may not work for your mother and stuff like that, Like Alora said, she tried the Dr. Sebi thing at one point. She was getting sick. The people I know back, like I said, it was Dr. Sebi that diet became like a big fad some years ago. I know a couple of people went to the hospital behind trying to eat like that. You know what I'm saying? Not knowing, like, you can't just force your body into instantaneously stopping eating stuff, because you're going to go through what? You're going to go through withdrawals. That stuff will lower your blood pressure, raise your blood pressure. It releases toxins through your body once you stress your system out from going through certain type of detoxes. That stuff can fluctuate your heartbeat and stuff like that. So if you don't know what you're doing, you got to be real careful, because you can make yourself get very sick by trying to eat right too fast,
Yeah, and being your own scientist also it's not like everything's gonna be good. Like I remember the beginning stages of all this, like learning about parasites and learning about herbals or herbal medicines for them. And I'm like, oh, I can just drink an herbal tea of all these anti-parasitic herbs and I'll be good.
Yeah. and that was crazy too, because
that was
what
crazy.
People think, we're not all walking around with parasites in our intestine just because we're eating meat. Everybody's body, you have to be so toxic to have parasites, even though we have microorganisms, of course, but to get to the point where you have like worms all in your intestines and stuff like that, and it's really, really a buildup of that. You've put your body through the ringer by doing it. That's a lot of sugar. That's a lot of starchy stuff. That's a lot of poisonous things that you was eating. And another interesting point you made about the sister, you said that New York State sued her behind. They did the same thing to Dr. Sabi.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Dr. Sabi was curing HIV in the 80s, like documented case. You can go look it up. And like you said, it's public records. Every court case is public records. He won the case. Like like the science says, yes, he was curing HIV. And the state of New York and them stuff, they wanted to extradite him out of here. Why do you think he had to go back to where he had his hospital at, which is still operating now? He couldn't do that here in the States because they wanted he didn't have the particular credentials, and you know how it's going to be in America. People going to sue you and all of that. He won the case, so it's not taken away from him saying that, like I said, people get sick from doing. You got to know that's why it's know thyself. You got to, it's self-analysis. This thing is about you as an individual. You got to know how you operate and how your mind state is and what keeps, because it is about your food. Like I said, digestion is a particular part of a pranic process. So you go and mess around with that kind of stuff and you mess something up, you can die or bring yourself close to death, because like you said earlier, your gut is a consciousness. Your gut operates off of a particular vibration that keeps your whole system in check. That's where you get into. That's why when you read McGregor's book, what he interpreted, it was the Sefer Yetzirah, and it's called talks about the Macropolis, and in the particular, every part of the tree of life is added to the body, because don't forget the Adam Kadmon, all of that plays into each part of your body is a part of the tree, which is also a part of the vegetative state and a part of the mineral state and stuff like that. So you really got to really do your research before you just take anything on face value and start to apply it to yourself,
Absolutely.
You don't even want to take anything at face value. Just like what Melissa was saying, like you want to be a scientist, you want to be your own laboratory. Like, really, if you're watching this channel, if you're listening, if you're doing this thing, you want to take what we talked about and you want to test it. Don't leave it because Shango said it, because I said it, because Hecate said it. Lord, you want to test it out. That's where you get that experience. And like I said in the Dreamwise interview, I can change your mind with my words. I can change your beliefs, but what I can't change is your experience. When you get that experience for yourself, nobody can take that from you.
And actually, I'm gonna correct myself. It's McGregor Mathers. It's not the Sefer Yetzirah. It's the Kabbalah Unveiled. That's his book, and it correlates because he's talking. He interpreted the Zohar. So the Zohar connects each part of your body, like the beard and the hair and stuff like that is all equivalent to the tree of life. So I wanted to correct that. It's not the Sefer Yetzirah. It's the Kabbalah Unveiled by McGregor Mathers.
Yeah, and with that also said, just as like a side note for those of you researching, look into these authors as well. When I was reading about speed reading and understanding, one of the little known aspects that I didn't realize was researching the author. So what I do is, before I just grab a book because it says Kabbalah in it, I take a look at the history of the author, or at least who or what is or her is connected to. And what you'll find is you'll start to see a lineage, things start to make sense. For example, we're studying books from the Bihar School of Yoga, not just because, whatever, but there's a reason. Tat Washuddhi was written by a certain Swami. All these books that we're reading are written by a certain Swami. They trained up under Satyananda. He trained under Sivananda. There's a lineage here. Likewise, when we read like Dion Fortune books, all these people are connected. She's associated with McGregor Mathers in a roundabout way. He was the teacher of Israel Regardie, right? Israel Regardie was in the company of Dion Fortune. William Gray was in the company of Dion Fortune. Butler was in the company. Like all these people, they're associated with each other. So it's like just a good side thing for your own personal research. Just kind of look into these authors and see their relationships as well.
That's good. That's good stuff right there, Trav. Because when you do that, you won't have to go too far anymore in finding the connectivity of the information. You won't have to go get all these other weird new school authors. You begin to stay away from that new age shit. So these guys, you gotta think this Mathers, them guys go back, those books are from the 1903. You know what I'm saying? So you want to, and those were and let's not even mention that, as Trav said, you don't think they knew Satyananda. They was going to India, getting the information. Mathers, and don't forget Blavatsky. You know what I'm saying? So you know that they was all a part of this Theosophical society. They was like what we're doing right now. Right. They all got together, they chopped it up, they brought different philosophies together, but their basic foundation was Vedic information, and they westernized it.
Look, that's what I was kind of alluding to here. When you look at the lineage, you're gonna see where these two lines connect. It's not just the Golden Dawn and then Bihar School of Yoga. If you follow the lineage, you're going to see that they actually connect somewhere. That's and just like what Shango said, you're not gonna get swept away in some of the weird shit. Like you might look and say, oh, well, what's the green ray and the red ray? What are they talking about? Have you heard of what they said about this and that, Trev? Because if you look at the Theosophical Society, like Madame Blavatsky, we could easily be in that school, because if we were doing them, instead of Dion Fortune and all these folks, we'd be studying Rudolf Steiner, we'd be studying Gurdjieff, we'd be studying those folks. And Ledbetter, we'd be studying Besant. Atkinson, right? And we were for a minute. They all connect though. All these people connect in some way. So just as a background to what you're studying so you don't get lost and confused, just do a cursory glance at some of these authors and these names that keep popping up. There should be a track record.
And then you won't get too stuck in Crawley anymore. Crawley was baby food compared to what these older, the ones that he got his information from. You know what I'm saying? Like he was connected with McGregor too.
Yeah.
See, that's how I feel about in like the health perspective too. Like that was real important for me, was to go back to like way back in the day, instead of just like kind of taking things from like new age people, because all they're doing is just repurposing things just to gain a following or gain some type of like, like footing from just information that you can just get. Like it was real important for me to find someone that has the ability to go back and how people lived back in the day. Like that was important. One of the coolest things about that lady that I was following for a while, just for anyone who wants to know more information, her name is Jennifer Daniels. She started asking herself why. She was a curious, and still is curious lady to this day. And she would ask her patients after like noticing that these like ailments that her patients would have, first of all, the pills didn't work. And she would ask them, well, what was it that your parents or grandparents did? Like, what kind of remedies did they come up with? And she started kind of like a track record. And all these older people would say, Like my great grandparents used to give us turpentine and sugar. Turpentine, like the paint thinner.
I don't want to get you sick, buddy.
And they would drop like certain droplets on sugar and give it to their children, and that was anti-parasitic. And when she realized that, she did her research, found that in the Merck manual, which all doctors went by a long time ago, you know, turpentine was a healer for a lot of things. Like it healed so many things. And then after the late 1800s, they took it off. You know, like it was really fucking with their business plan, their new business plan, you know? So she decided to test this on her own. Like she actually created a will. She's like, I may die because, you know, this is a paint thinner.
She's like, this may not work.
Like I may die because, like, you know, you find turpentine in hardware stores. Meanwhile, the Merck manual from the late 1800s had this thing as something that you can, it's pine oil, you know, from pines.
Yeah.
So she did it, and it was like another game changer, you know.
Well, the panic was taking turpentine with sugar at one time, and using it as a anti-parasitic and stuff like that.
Yeah, it got it there was like a whole new wave of that being like a trend, especially like on YouTube.
My family comes from the deep south.
Yeah,
and they no different than people from the islands. They do the same. They use the same methods. You know what I'm saying? Turpentine, a lot of castor oil and stuff like that. You know what I mean? You got to think they still do that here. A lot of rural people here in Florida still use that that type of stuff. Why do you think a lot of these young boys and big football players, they got these great grandmamas giving them old school remedies and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah. Although you gotta watch out too sometimes, because like I know one thing that so my family was
You're breaking up, Alora.
Shit balls. How about now? Is that better?
That was perfectly clear.
Cool. Okay. But yeah, so like I think a precursor, they were, in order to get them to sleep and to calm down, my grandma used to put alcohol in their milk. So like there's some stuff that I think we can leave behind. And some stuff like, you know, that's really good. Like I found out that, you know, diatomaceous earth is awesome. You don't want to ingest the kind that you put around your house, but there's another type of diatomaceous earth that is actually really good for like getting rid of parasites and all that kind of stuff that's been used for years. But see, a lot of these things are herbal remedies. Like you just got to take it back to the herb itself. Like you're not, you know, I hope no one goes to a hardware store and drinks a whole bunch of turpentine after this. Like I hope you like get some like plant-based turpentine, you know what I mean? Like the pine stuff. Not the other stuff that has like a whole bunch of shit in it. Like you want to be able to read the ingredients still, or at least know what they are. But yeah, like a lot of these things, you know, I think that we're such a pre-packaged kind of society that we just want someone to package it and give it to us, which means that over the years we have done less and less research on our own as to what we're ingesting and what we're taking in. So like I think, you know, it's good. I think it's good for you to look up every ingredient that you're starting to ingest. And that includes your creams, that includes the soaps, that includes the salt, that includes like all of the shit that you're taking in on a regular, like even the stuff that you're putting in your hair, you know, like what are you using? And are you able to identify the individual ingredients and know the effects that they have on your body? That's it. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, it's it's pretty cool, like when you come up on different things and just like test them out, and just really paying attention to what your body's saying and what your body needs, you know. Like I really thought that, like, you know, I was doing a good thing, and just being vegan, and like I was helping the world or whatever, but then I realized, like, you know, like I can't help the world if I don't feel good. Like it's just real. Like I have to be real with myself. So, you know, and like I said, it came at the right time, and I'm so happy.
Yeah. Yo, I actually had a similar experience with that, with the alkaline thing. I was like, am I too genetically modified? Like, am I, oh God, I am a droid, you know? Like, oh no, oh, I'm not human, I can't be alkaline. And it's not even that I can't, here's the thing, it's not even that I can't be alkaline. It's that plenty of foods are alkaline. It's just that I'm not, what works for my body isn't cutting out so much of those foods. So like, it's not like the list itself was a bad thing for me, but it's that for me, like, I like having carrots and garlic and all these other foods really add to my overall well-being, and they are also alkaline. It's just, again, like, I think, you know, the big thing about Dr. Sebi again, and I know, like, about his point was that his big point wasn't necessarily that all these other foods are terrible for you. It's that they've been modified. It's that the way of how we're getting these specific foods is taking out the nutritional component they hold within them. So if you're getting the pure thing, it's cool, it's good. He has no problem with it. The issue is that some of these foods are so modified that when we buy them in the store, we're not getting any nutritional benefit from it. So, you know, it's not like you have to just cut everything out. It's, you know, he was asking for us again to watch where you were getting your food. And so, and his big thing was like your vegetables and herbs and stuff like that.
You're
So,
absolutely right.
right. So like, you know, and that's, and again, you know, that's where, like, over here, I started a little co-op that did not work out too well, but we're still, you know, if you're in the Tucson area, I'll help you out. But we were offering to do free vegetable gardens and herbs and herb gardens for people who were living in apartment complexes. So then you can, so then we'll set it up for you. And then you can have your own little herb garden with the power herbs that you're able to utilize. And our goal was to get enough people doing it, so then we don't even really need grocery stores anymore. Like, I know that Lucia down the road from me has the tomatoes and I got the onions. So we're going to do a swap, because when you actually get a garden going, you get abundance of food. And typically it's one type of food. So if you're able to share that and to have like a full on like co-op going within your community, you can get that fresh food for free and everyone can feed each other. So that was the goal. And it didn't really happen too much because I think people are just really into the they, you know, like this is where I think we have to look at what is an effortless path versus what we're already efforting. Like, a lot of people are like, oh, I'm so stressed, I don't have time for this, da 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 da. But the thing is that the way how most people are dividing their time and what they're putting as their priority, as what they think is a priority, is actually causing them the stress. Like, I know a lot of people who could have used a garden, and literally they're so low maintenance. Like, all you gotta do is just water them. You know, if we were to set them up, we would find a good spot for them to get the sun, like that kind of stuff. And that's all you really got to do. And a lot of people were like, no, I'll just go to the store. I'll just keep going to the store. I'll just keep spending my money, which means that I have to work more because I have to keep getting this money. And so then they were just adding all this unnecessary stress because they think that they were paying for convenience.
Right.
But it's not convenient.
It comes at a cost.
Yeah. Did
Yep.
you know that there are seeds that you can, now I don't know how it is in everyone's state, but in a lot of states, you can go to your library and they have a seed bank that's free, or at least $1 for a pack of seeds. Those are at least 100 plants in there. If you were to just take the time and to do a little bit of planting, you would have a whole harvest. So but we're not accustomed to that. Our ideas of conveniency are going in the car, using our gas, going to the store, getting this shit food that does not make us feel better, and then trying to convince ourselves that it does, spending all this time in the kitchen, trying to cook it, put it away, take care of the family, whatever, and then have to work harder so then we can just continue this up. It's like you're making things stressful.
And that can't be life, right? Like, just
Yeah.
think about it, like, just like the older generation, like that's what became of their lives, you know, like, oh, in the name of convenience and modern, like, let's just work and, you know, like, let's just have other people cook our food. It's not the same. It's not.
No. And you know what, too? Gardening within itself, there is so much of a connection there to self that you can have. There's, I have a garden space here that's like literally, no, well, now we're revamping it. So no longer is it like this because it's ugly, but, we're working on building it back up again. But there's this beautiful log here that like we would just sit, like my roommate and I would just take turns and we would just find each other out in the garden meditating, or just being with the plants. Like there is something to being outside, to having your connection to your food that's so nourishing for the soul that we now don't have, that we're trying to find within our day, that we're not realizing we're filling up our day with all of this stressful stuff instead of taking the time out for ourselves, which includes, these possible new ways of having food and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I agree with you that older generation really like
they got shamed into thinking that convenience was the way, that microwavable food was the way. Have more time with your family. Nah, like,
yeah, they got suckered, man.
Yeah,
the science of advertising really worked.
It really did.
That was the plan. They planned it.
Yo, I
like
want to
that.
show you guys this, right? So this is my garden. It looks terrible right now, right? Because we just did a whole bunch of revamp. But all of these are Chinese greens. Do you know how much salad I'm gonna have when this stuff grows into its full length, right? When it grows into its full form or whatever, I give it to my neighbors, and the only ones who take it are the foreigners, are the people who are not from America. I live down the road from an apartment complex that's pretty much inhabited by a bunch of people from Africa, and they're the only ones that take the food.
And they don't know. I see you had that little. I saw you had a blue pool. Do you plant in that pool?
Yeah, I used to have strawberries in that.
Like you can go to the dollar store and buy those blue pools all day and grow stuff in that.
Where I got all of my stuff was off the side of the road. Someone was throwing it out.
Yeah.
Like,
so it's not as hard. It's really not as hard as people make it to be. But what it is, the science of advertising and American commerce has made them. It's not them. They've been made to be comfortable with thinking that everything that grows naturally is hard to grow.
Right.
You can go to the grocery store and buy green. I took the top off a pineapple, put it peeled off the bottom part, put it in a jar, it rooted. Eventually I planted it outside in a pot and grew a whole nother pineapple from off the top in the top of this thing.
There's mine. I got mine too right
just
here.
Like, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's pineapple. They've been getting the hit because of, we're in the winter season. But here's another thing, mixing in elements. I make sure to put in water and coral, right, to keep them rejuvenated. I swear it makes a difference, because this winter was harsh, man. These guys should have died, but they didn't. And I'm just saying, your garden becomes your ritual space. It becomes your altar space. So if you treat it right, you know, they will receive. Like I go up to all my plants. I got an orange tree right here. I go up to all my plants and I just give them so much love, like so much love. And it gives me love in return, not even
Where
just
you
for
at,
the
right?
nourishment,
Where
but
you
just
at,
because of their
Alora? Because
life.
that sun is shining.
Huh?
Where you at? Because that sun is shining right now.
I'm in my backyard. I'm in Tucson, Arizona.
Oh, you in Arizona. That's right. That's right.
Man,
That's right. That's right.
here is
Yeah.
dark, frozen,
Yeah, and I'm in
freezing.
Florida. I'm in North
Same
Central
here.
Florida, and it's cold
You
right
know
now
what
in
though?
North Central
It's
Florida.
so I miss the water. So I made my and again, you know, this is practicing contentment. When I really started practicing contentment, I started changing my environment. I wanted water. So bam, I turned this is from my washing machine. I connected a hose from the washing machine and it now feeds my 2 trees here. So like, you
Oh,
know, when you
That is
realize
awesome.
that your place is your ashram, you then can change the environment to balance out its own elements. I started planning, I have color combinations within the backyard and the front yard to bring in certain atmospheres. So my front yard is full of rose bushes and jasmine and stuff like that, reds and whites, right? So
that's really smart.
it's like more of a rejuvenating kind of energy, right? And then in the back, it's all like heart chakra stuff. It's all greens and blues in my
Yeah,
backyard. So there's like man, make your environment your ashram and like
yeah.
you will be in heaven.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Everybody, I'm getting ready to check out. I gotta get myself together here. Like I said, my nose is kind of stuffy. I think I'm ready to lay down.
Dang, eat some more turmeric. Get some curries going.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm gonna drink me some more tea. I've been killing green tea with lemon and honey. So I'm about to go drink me some more of that. It works so good.
Good.
I need to get some more sea moss. I'm missing the taste of sea moss right now, so I need to get me some of that.
Dude, I'm allergic to sea moss. Isn't that crazy?
Are you?
That's where I thought I was an alien. I thought I was a droid.
I never heard anybody be allergic
I was like,
to
I'm
it.
the Cultivating experiment. Tripping out. It's like I could not have sea. It's because of the iodine in it.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
allergic to
okay.
the iodine. Yeah, but
Yeah.
sea moss is great if you can get sea moss and bladder rack.
Yeah, that's what that's what I had the last time. It was somebody made me a blend, and that's what I had, sea moss and bladder rack. And I'm talking about, boy, I was riled up. I had to get myself fully together. That stuff had me
Yeah,
What's
and
it?
then also
Well,
incorporate golden seal and echinacea.
Yeah. You gotta be careful. That stuff like I said, that stuff will have you riled up. You be messing around and had kids walking around this thing. Like you gotta keep your mind. It causes you to be fully energized. I tell you that much. So you gotta make sure you be careful.
That's all right.
But everybody enjoy the rest of y'all night, man. I'm checking out.
Peace.
All
Everybody,
right, you
peace.
too, Shango. Get
All
rest.
right. Peace, y'all. Peace, Trav.
Good session, you guys.
Huh?
I said good session. We covered quite a lot of information here. But I
Yeah.
just want to say also, so we did wrap up the past of Pravritti and Nivritti. We wrapped up that light blue book. Now, if that was the first time reading it, or if you didn't really get through it all the way, I would highly suggest going through it again. It's short enough to go through in a day, honestly. Very important book as far as giving you practical instruction on what you can do as far as getting yourself together, getting started, building a foundation. Now, where we're moving next is a book by the same exact author, Swami Niranjan Ananda Saraswati. Alora, a good way to break down these names is look at the end of them. They all have Ananda. So like figure out the word that's before Ananda. Like Satya Ananda, Satya Song Ananda, Niranjan Ananda, Siv Ananda. But anyways, the next book is by the same author, Swami Niranjan Ananda Saraswati, and it's called Karma and Karma Yoga. So we just addressed the mind, we just addressed the vrittis. Now we're going to move into karma and what role that plays in your spiritual journey. Now, just like ego was a misconception, karma is also a huge misconception. So I hope to clarify that all month long. Clarify what karma actually is all about. It's not what you think. It's not do something good and something good comes back, or do something bad and something bad. It's not that exactly. It's a law.
Not common. People think that way.
And it is a law of cause and effect, but it's not. I mean, that's like, it's like a simple generalization. There's actually a science to that as well, and we're going to get into it and why it's important. It's not something you choose to believe in, like astrology. It's not something that you don't choose to believe in astrology. Just because you don't believe in it doesn't make it not true. Like what's with karma, just because you don't believe in it doesn't make you exempt from it. So next book is called Karma and Karma Yoga. I'll show you a picture of it if you don't have it. And I believe somebody posted the Amazon link in the chat. But we're going to dive into that right away.
I think I have that book.
Oh, I should probably turn on a light, but yeah, I'll turn on a light. Okay, you guys see that? I mean, I posted a picture of it before, but just in case you don't know, this is where we're going to, and it's just a short. Probably got 4 chapters as well. Yep, 4 chapters. So this is what we'll be getting into right away. Does anybody in the chat not have this book? Because I've been talking about this for a while, since December. If you don't have this book in the chat, let me know. Or if you got it stolen out of your mailbox, let me know also. Twice. See, we're getting to the gunas and karma. We're getting to the operating system and mind, the binding and liberating power of karma. So this is going to be a very interesting experience here.
Damn, let's hope mine doesn't get stolen from my mailbox. But
I hope you might
I'm
have to
gonna
pick
get
it up.
that.
That's where we're headed next. And I'm surprised to see how it's going to link up with our Kabbalah studies, honestly. Again, if you're just joining us or you just joined us recently and you didn't hit the like button, go ahead and hit that like button, because once again, it lets the YouTube algorithm know that my videos are worth watching. And if you're considering getting personal training, taking my class, and going through some of these concepts that we've been talking about, having a game plan so that you're not overwhelmed, so you're not frustrated, you're not wasting your money on books you're not going to read, send me an email. It's pinned in the top of the chat, and we can speak about whether or not taking my course is going to be a good fit for your development. You know, there's people in the chat who've already taken my course, and they can tell you that it's not just me throwing a bunch of data at you. I actually do my due diligence, and you know, I do what I can to make sure that you're understanding what's going on. So send me an email if you're interested in that. I see a few people have sent me an email already. I'll be getting to you after this is over with. But I enjoyed the passive Pravritti and Nivritti.
Yeah, I think this next book is going to be a really good follow-up, because when we're like, especially with the Kabbalah stuff, because right now we're path working and we're building up our vehicle to move through these paths with ease. Like we finally have, like, I get what you're saying when you're like, Kabbalah is the map. Like, I get what you mean by that. Like it's where our destinations will take us. And then this is the vehicle that will take us there. And like, you don't even have to do Kabbalah stuff in order to discover it, if you even just want to stick to the yogic studies. But regardless, this is going to take you more to that in spiritual enlightenment, to that fulfilling life. And karma in specific, I think that as our Western society has interpreted it on such a deep level, there's a lot of fear there and limiting beliefs about it, that what this next book study is really going to help kind of separate. Like, I was thinking earlier, like, even with the statement I said about my uncle, there was like something inside of me that was like, dude, that was super not sattva of that. Like, let's that's some karma right there. But not in the negative sense. It's just the cause, and this is the reaction of it. But if I were stuck in like my past mindset, I would think, oh, there's bad karma. And it's like, there's, as we just discussed earlier, there isn't really good or bad. There's just stuck and unstuck. And so I think that this book is really going to help us with being able to take a look at our decisions and our choices and our words and our thoughts, and be able to further kind of like have more of an idea of the environment that we want to create, instead of just feeling like we're subjected to this cause and effect reality that we have no control of, or that, is good or bad and that demonizes us or something like that. Like, so I think it's going to clear up a lot of that fear and confusion, which is going to make the path seem a lot more clearer. So I'm really excited about it. I actually, as you were talking, I just ordered the book. It's like $5 on Amazon if you get it used. So like, yeah. So, hopefully it doesn't get stolen out of my mailbox, but even if it does, I hope it's put to good use. But yeah, so like, I think I'm excited about it for sure. I'm totally excited about this next book. This one was a really good one because it identified attachments.
Yeah.
And this next one is going to really be about releasing those attachments.
There we go. It's all structured with a purpose.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be rad. And then we're going to know even better about the Sephiroths. We're going to be like, oh, that's this plane, or this is what I'm interacting with right now, or this is what's happening. Like, we're going to be, I think it's just going to help us really navigate this terrain a lot better.
Absolutely. Even as we saw in the Ladder of Lights, we see that Chokmah is the dispenser of karma, right? We see that Gibra and Hesed are about the balance of karma. So yeah, it does start to tie in.
Right. And then we're going to get, and then that just makes me think about the other spheres, right? Like, there's the one of beauty, there's one of that represents severance, right? Had represents like the severity. Then you have like power. I think Gibra is power, I think. So you have like,
Gibra severity.
Oh, okay. Which one is power? Uh-oh, you cut out. Or am I cutting out?
Yeah, so Gibra severity. Chesed is mercy. And Had is like splendor or glory. Tiferet is beauty. Netzach is victory. Yesod is foundation. It's supposed to be the densest level, but we have Malkuth, which is kingdom, which is supposed to be up there where Doth is. And then wisdom and understanding for Bina, Chokmah, and Kether is the crown.
Okay. I heard a lecture yesterday about someone referencing one of them as a sphere of power. And they changed the definition because they felt uncomfortable with the word power, which a little NLP moment there, because it's like, oh, but regardless, I think that exploring the karmas is going to like really break down those definitions a lot more as to why these are places and how these are the 32 aspects of our personalities, and like how we tap into them, and gives us a little bit more control about when we tap into them or how to utilize them that best serves us and the world, which is like rad. So I'm excited. I love karma. Like I love karma. I love that concept. Like as soon as we went in through like the Samkhya and all that shit, I was like, oh my God, that just made like so much sense to me. So I'm really excited to go deeper into this study.
Yeah. Perfectly lined up. But yeah, I don't want to wait because we got an extra Sunday in January. I don't want to wait till February. I want to go ahead and dive right into it. So I hope you guys don't mind. We're going to burn through it. Why stop the momentum? We're already
Yeah,
going
I already have the book.
Okay.
I already checked that book. Honey.
Like I said, if you
Check
don't have it,
Yeah, mine gets here on Friday, so I'm excited.
Oh,
cool.
it's gonna be rad. I just got my what book did I read? What book am I reading? I didn't get that one. I got them kind of mixed up, but that's all right. I got Meditations from the Tantras. I got that one yesterday.
Yes, Meditation from the Tantras.
Yeah.
How is that book?
Oh my God.
Good.
You want it's amazing. Do you want if within the introduction you feel yourself raising a level, like I like this morning I was just beaming. I was super sattva. Like I was just beaming this morning reading it. Just the introduction, because it just made me feel like so good. Oh my God, dude, it's such a good book. Yeah. So
you practicing though, so that's why it makes it that amazing.
For sure.
You said it was the intro?
Yeah. Whoa, there's $1. Yeah.
Yeah, Meditation from the Mantras.
My bookmark. Yeah, and see, you start to also learn the style of these authors. This is Satyananda. He's the teacher of Niranjanananda.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the way that Satyananda writes, he was a doctor, so it is he gets very technical and very literal in the beginning. So he talks about what is meditation, how it ties into science. He doesn't just hit you with the spiritual woo-woo. He takes you through a journey of the logic mind and gradually leads you to the spiritual stuff. The practice is, see, it starts out with breaking it down with what it is, the theory. Then he talks about preparing it. Then it's practice. If you notice, an occultist always works the same. They give you the theory first, the study first, the practice later. Study and practice. That's what you got to see in these books. Even with Dharana Darshan, even with Initiation into Hermetics, right? You start out with the study, then they hit you with the practice.
A lot of practice. He has a lot of practices in that book.
Step 1, theory, right? Just like we just saw in another book.
Mm-hmm.
Step 2, practice.
Yeah.
Same thing, all across the board. That's one of the secret marks of an occultist. But anyways.
I love that book. That's a good book.
Yes, it is a good book. I've been reading this just in correspondence with the Sephiroth.
Mm-hmm.
As we go a little bit deeper, we're gonna really touch on the paths later on this year. We're gonna get into the paths.
Yeah.
Just before we get to mystical Kabbalah, we're gonna do a study of the paths. Hopefully,
we have to go to that one because we've been going through so much already with the paths. Like we've been studying the paths and the spheres. Now you see that magus right there from that book. That's how I saw Travis in my subconscious, just like that. That's Travis right there.
Veronica, I seen you like that in my dream.
Yeah.
That's why I pictured you.
Yeah. Yeah. Walking through those paths.
I guess I'm still deciding if we're gonna do this one.
You
'Cause
said you're gonna go with that one too, yeah. The Tree of Life. Yeah, instead of the
few
magic, yeah.
I have on the list that would be great. There's this one, there's the one by Butler. I really want to do these two because this one starts out with the whole first book is pretty much a continuation of Mystical Kabbalah. This can be considered Mystical Kabbalah Part 2.
Wow.
I've just been kind of keeping this under myself. But the second book is about the paths. So one is about the spheres themselves, a whole second book about the paths. So I'm excited to get into that after.
Oh, that would be good. I just did that yesterday. That was my main study, was just on the past. Because like the spheros, they're good to know, but they're not it's not about the end destination. It's about the path. So like that's what my study when it comes to Kabbalah has been mainly based off of, is studying the past. Like, what am I going on right now?
Yeah.
The path working, yeah.
Which is the yogic journey.
Right.
It is a journey for us. It's a journey like that too. It's interesting.
So yeah, we'll get into it. It's partly me setting it up and mainly spirit. I'm literally just receiving. I'm not doing anything but what I'm supposed to. But yeah, it might be a good exercise to write all the angels' names down like I've been on the book study.
Oh my God, the angels list.
So that you can start to break down what exactly they represent. Now, think of it this way. The Tree of Life is actually a machine, right? Think of that as like, think of these wheels as like knobs that you can turn and adjust, but you don't have hands. Where are your hands at? These are the hands of God. Kamael is the wheel. Mikhail turns, you see what I'm saying? You want to get to know the archangels and the angels because these are the machinery and the mechanics of the universe within yourself and within the macrocosm. So all the stuff that I suggest, try it. I'm not just telling you just because. Like, this is real stuff that you can apply to yourself. Maybe if you want to get experimental and advanced, what I've been doing is making a table of the angelic names. So we've got Zafkiel, Zadkiel, Kamael, Raphael, Haniel, Mikael, and then Gabriel. Maybe you can find a use for this. Maybe helping to create a
And there's other names in between, correct?
Maybe. But you can use this as a sigil to harness all the energies at once to maybe make it easier for you to digest. Maybe if you can take it as a big pill, you can start to break it down as a little pill. See, this might look more overwhelming than this does. Different ways that you can break these things down. Because remember, like I keep saying during these book reads, the pictures matter. The symbols matter. They speak to your subconscious mind. They speak to your abstract mind. So don't think it's all just literal reading. The symbols matter. Okay. So
I knew a guy yesterday that was talking about just using the Hebrew symbols as sigils in order to connect.
Yeah, very valid way. And just like, the pig's feet and the organs for health, you find what you connect with. Veronica could not eat those brains, even with a little bit of sazon, like Courtney said. You got to find
Sazon, Goya.
What resonates, what makes it palatable, what makes it taste better. Just like I said, with me writing down this right here, this is how I like to operate, right? I like to make sigils. I like to make symbols. This is how I'm going to train my subconscious to learn and develop a relationship with these particular angels. And I've got that on top of this, and I'm going to keep it on top of that because that's what's beneath that. That's what I'm using to symbolize it. So that might be a good practice for you. Maybe you can use the Hebrew letters. Maybe you can maybe you want to draw little pictures of each of the angels. Do what you got to do. But it's my recommendation, if you're following on this path, if you're studying, do something symbolic to start to develop a relationship with these entities, just like with Goetia or whatever else. Dope. All right, so we're going to be wrapping up here shortly. On yon.
Red. All right, I'm gonna head out too. I'm hearing training music in my roommate's room, and I know that he is not passive aggressively, but I think that he's like assuming that we're not gonna train, or he's like, he's like, fine, I'll do it in my own world kind of thing. So I'm going to interrupt and be like, I'm here. So much love to you guys. Thank you for having me on as always, and jamming and ranting with me. It's fun. And I look forward to learning a hell of a lot more and just having like a whole bunch more of these like realizations and just awesome moments of enlightenment. So thank you, everyone.
So
And
great to meet you.
I love y'all. Yeah, you too, Melissa. I'll see you next week.
Yes. All right, guys.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Bye,
Peace.
guys. It was a pleasure.
It was a pleasure having you.
Bye.
Peace.
Peace.
As always, I'm grateful having all of you guys and gals here, because this is the whole reason why I do this. So again, I'm grateful that you choose to spend your time hanging out with me. I mean, shit, we've been here all day long. I started at 11 a.m. It's now 6.
Hello? Okay, so yeah, like I said, been here all day. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. I mean, shit, it's almost every day at this point. I'm getting very used to this. That might be a good thing. But yeah, we're going to continue. We're almost done with Ladder of Lights. We got just a few more chapters to go. We're going to be reading about Kether next. And then we're going to get into the 3 supernals. And yeah, we're going to move on to the next Kabbalah book, the next yoga book. So everyone who sent me an email, I'll be getting back to you. For those of you who did take the class, the first round, I'm going to be sending out the link to schedule the final meeting. I sent a few of the link. I'm going to go ahead and post it in the website itself. And again, to those of you who are thinking of taking the course, message me, email me. Let's talk about it. And other than that, Karma and Karma Yoga is the next book. I'm excited to jump into it. This is a great year so far. It's already the end of January. Like, what the hell? This is going so fast. But yeah. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying the ride. I've learned so much and we've only just begun. So this time next year, you're going to be a completely different person in a good way. So peace to everybody. Peace to everybody. All right, time to go. So I can finish washing those dishes and I'm going to jump on some Fortnite with my brother to kind of, and enjoy the ride. Take care of yourselves. Do something good for yourself. Remember, when dealing with the mind and dealing with yourself, you want to cultivate your strengths, all right? You got limitations, you got weaknesses, but you've been identifying with them for so long that you've integrated them into your personality. Everyone has limitations, sure. But where your focus needs to be if you want to grow and expand Your focus has to be on your strengths. That's one of the things that the passive Pravritti and Nivritti taught us. The strengths represent your sattvic aspects. So focus on your strengths. Yeah, you have weaknesses. Yeah, you're inconsistent. Yeah, you get distracted easy. Yeah, you're addicted to sugar or whatever. You can fix those things, but focus on your strengths. You're a fast learner. You're dedicated, right? You really care for the people that you love. You go above and beyond for the people that you love. You have tenacity. You know how to stick through it. Look at the things about yourself that are considered strengths and focus on those, not the weaknesses. Focus on those and expand those. And what you'll find is as you increase in sattva, you start to decrease in tamas. You start to decrease in your weaknesses and your limitations. So focus on your strengths, right? Take into consideration restraint on what you say. Out of 100 words, you only need 10, right? Take into consideration restraint on your senses, right? Have a little bit of self-control, right? Do you really need to eat after 6 p.m., after 8 p.m.? If you've been up, if we woke up at 9 a.m., do you really need to eat before bed, right? Little things like that. When you're walking past the fridge, do you really need to crack it open and get something? Or can you go without it? Maybe if you're smoking right now and you want to quit, maybe gradually, do you need to pull another one out right now? Do you need to take a smoke break right now? Or can you handle it, right? And also mental restraint. Take care and consideration of what thoughts are bouncing around in your head. Have some self-control with yourself. And this is how you start to expand those strengths. It's practical. Nothing about no sigil and no demons and no this, that, nothing, no candle. Just pay attention to yourself and take some control over what's going on in your mind, right? Start where you're at and gradually expand. That's what makes this so beautiful, is that everyone can do it. Everyone can do it. If you have anxiety and fear and stress, learn to be present in those moments when the anxiety, fear, and stress pops up. When it happens, learn to be present, because what the mind wants to do is retreat and run away into a safe place, but it's not safe because it's harming you every time you do it. So when that moment of fear comes up, be present in that moment and begin to take control by becoming aware. Okay, here I am. I'm in this situation. Okay, I notice myself and it seems like I'm afraid. Maybe what I can do is kind of distance myself from that fear and observe it. Why am I afraid? What's causing it? What am I running from? What am I clinging to? Am I afraid of losing something? Am I really going to lose it? What if I lose it? Is it really as bad as I think? Go through that process of just fleshing it out, hashing it out. Go through that work, because that's what you've been running from all along. When you do that process, you're training yourself to be strong. Again, you're increasing your strengths, which is increasing sattva, which is the quality that we need in order to be able to increase in prana and increase our level of spiritual awareness. Practical information, nothing wild and crazy, okay? Focus on your strengths, not your weaknesses. When you talk about yourself, focus on your strengths, right? When you have your visualizations and your affirmations, don't be like, well, I want to have $1 million, but I don't know how to run a business. Don't do that. Identify with that strength of ambition. Yeah, I'm going to do it, and learn how to do it. You can learn how to do anything. Don't sit here and say, oh, well, I'd love to be this creator and do all these things, but I'm just not creative. I don't know how to come up with new ideas. No, you can learn how to do these things. You can learn how to do anything. If someone has done it, then you can learn how to do it, period. It doesn't matter where you're at or what you consider yourself. If you believe that someone else can do it, then that means you can do it too. All right, so start having some self-control. Right, start having some control, and understand that it's a process, step by step. Nothing happens overnight. But if you stay consistent, this is what the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali said, consistent, dedicated practice is what gets you there. Consistent, dedicated practice and non-attachment. Those are the two things that begin to stabilize your mind so that you can reflect divinity, right? People say, oh, I'm God, I'm God. You're not God until you reflect divinity. Your mind is a still lake. It's a mirror. And its natural intent is to be still so that it can reflect the divine patterns of God. But if it's turbulent and wavy, you're not reflecting anything. So do the work of learning how to be still, how to analyze the mind, how to analyze the turbulence and stabilize it. You can do it. That's why you're here on this channel. That's why you're reading these books, buying these books, studying. That's why you're doing all this work. because you can. You have the ability to do it. If you didn't have the ability, you wouldn't be interested in it. You wouldn't be called towards it, right? You wouldn't be called towards a greater purpose if it wasn't in you. The seed is in you and it's starting to sprout. That's why you're here. That's why you're doing this. All right, remember that. Don't forget it. Keep it in the front of your mind. Stay consistent. Stay consistent and we're gonna get there. One day at a time, one step at a time. I believe in you. Why? Because I know that I brought myself out of a horrible place. I brought myself out of a horrible place. You know the story. Depressed, drunk all the damn time, chasing after things that didn't want me, chasing after women and people that didn't want me, trying to get approval, right? Trying to do this, beating myself up, devaluing myself because I didn't see the value, because my mind wasn't still. It was turbulent. It was chaotic. It was a tempest. But when I learned to still my mind, I began to reflect the divinity that was already in me. I began to reflect the love that was already in me. I began to reflect the abundance that was already in me, right? You can do the same. You are doing the same, all right? So let's keep going. Don't give up. You don't have to give up. Keep going. And don't beat yourself up. Some days you're gonna do more than other days. Some days you might not just feel like doing anything but going to sleep. Do as much as you can, even if you read one paragraph, even if you sit and meditate for 5 minutes, do what you can with what you got and grow from there, all right? That's the major's wisdom and all the advice that I'm gonna give today. Catch me on Instagram, catch me on this channel, and shoot me an email if you wanna join the class. And until then, we're gonna be working on karma and karma yoga, all right? So this is TK Trav, AKA Travis Mages, here with LVX 777. It's a beautiful life. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys sincerely. Nothing I'd rather be doing, nowhere else that I'd rather be. You guys are amazing. You're awesome. And this is not a drain to me. This is not a burden to me. Like I love doing this. I'm thankful that I get to do this. So have a good night. Peace.